start recording, shall we? Let's turn down the music a bit. Okay. So, with the attack on Dune Hollow thwarted by the combined effort of the Citadel's Iron Guard and Mounted Guard, as well as the Hunter's Keep and the Black Hand, you all took a moment to recompose yourselves. But the cost of the battle weighed heavy, as Balthazar sadly lost his life during the fight against the Deep Dwarf warlord that led the attack on the throne room. However, Balthazar's consciousness remained captured within his ring of mind shielding. Though his body was dead, his mind still thrives. Consciousness witnessed powerful visions of being thrown back through time to when he first discovered the ring. He witnessed it being transferred between people, thieves, and nobles, years at a time. He witnessed it being purchased by Nindorf, a crazed shopkeeper you all met during your time in Cliffspire, but he looked much younger and less crazed in your vision, Balthazar. The ring was sold to him by a cloaked, hooded figure with pale skin and milky white eyes, some sort of humanoid. And as time raced back, Balthazar saw a vast underground cavern housing a massive dome-like structure. He then saw the ring's possible creation through within a glistening, slowly writhing room of unknown material. A tulip-like growth opened in the center of the room, and a pair of claws submerged the ring into a pool of silvery liquid. The entire sequence of events then played back, bringing Balthazar's consciousness fully into the ring, enabling him to communicate with his partner in crime, Siren, who now wears the ring. Regardless, you all decided to head towards the Duneheart district to find the High Priestess, Elara Onyxoth, in the Duneheart Cathedral in order to resurrect Balthazar. Siren, with the lack of Balthazar's inhibitions to guide her, strolled through the streets with 4 undead thralls on full display, thoroughly terrifying the local populace and attracting the attention of the local Iron Guard. Through some lucky deception and persuasion rolls, they did not immediately kick you out of the city or arrest you, but instead, armed and ready and keeping a very, very close eye on you, escorted your group to the district itself. After finding your way there, you found numerous bodies of civilians, deep dwarves, iron guard, and priests scattered outside the front door, as well as a massive breach in the ground from one of the worms that attacked the city. You headed inside and were stopped by the priests, denying you specifically, Siren, entry into the holiest site in the Citadel with your undead thralls. But your other party members were allowed in. Grunker caused immediate panic, apparently, amongst a group of nearby refugees from the attack, but his friendly demeanour and offer to heal their wounds seemed to ease their panic. Grunker learned through a halfling and a young dwarven girl that the High Priestess had been captured by seemingly an ambush team of deep dwarves, working in tandem with groups of deep goblins and green-skinned goblins who seemed to be dragging people back into the breach. You all headed back to the Golden Lodge to take in this news, and with all hope of Balthazar's immediate resurrection dashed, Siren decided to research the means by herself and said her farewells for now, taking Balthazar's body and herself back to Cliffspire, using the teleportation rings given to them in Port Morkney. After a moment to yourselves, with Saryun and Vellum having a heart-to-heart talk, you all greeted by a familiar face at the door to your room, Liska Al-Luma, your partner for the Huntsman's Test. You were also greeted with the unfamiliar porcelain face of a masked Inquisitor, Inquisitor Aja of the Carthan Commonwealth, sent to investigate recent events happening in Mayland, and asked to join your group apparently via the King's request. Vellum and Grunker rested for the meantime, while Saryun, Liska and Aja went out for a stroll into the mines to see what they could do about the king's missing daughter, but mainly to see if they could develop some crafting supplies. So, let's see here. So, metallic mining carts roll across great stretches of metal tracks, kind of suspended and overlapping in the air like tracks of a roller coaster, to, from, and between the mines and factories. You see great cogs from nearby dwarven factories churn and pull these kind of massive iron chains, raising massive buckets of ore and pouring them over iron conveyor belts. Behind this kind of wrought iron fencing in huge industrial complexes, huge vats of metallic slag are poured into troughs. Massive furnaces work over time. You hear the clunking of clockwork and bellows of steam. You can smell the overwhelming scent of iron, copper, ash and smoke. Smoke that's being funneled up in great stone vents in the cabin ceiling. You can feel the heat resonating from these factories. So, what would the trio like to do?
Alright. I am the one who best knows Vellum and what kind of material qualities he is looking for, so I think I will be handling that part. As for what else to do, well, information and other means would be greatly appreciated if we could figure out what we needed. We are going down into a mine after all. And not everybody can see in the dark. And Sal's eyes azure a bit.
He kind of looks a bit, he turns his head from you and the others, and I can cast light though. Not see.
That is very helpful, however, in case we need to leave behind sources of light, lanterns and torches will be good to have. I do doubt most of the spells one can cast can last for hours or perhaps days.
Well, I don't think that long, but I do know that my light spell does last 1 hour, and I can just do it. It's fine. If you want a lantern, it's fine. Just let you know I have that option.
I know you have it. You're a cleric, an inquisitor. Being practiced in magic would be helpful. Now. Let's see. Sal sort of rubs her hands together as she looks around a bit. I've never been in this district, or at least so far into it, so I am mildly lost where to look.
Who else is here?
Liska.
Liska. Ah, good. Where did the others go? Drunka,
I believe.
Bronca is exhausted and sleeping it
Yep.
off. Vellum is doing something.
Yeah,
Philip
Brugger's
is also
exhausted.
sleeping it up.
Yeah,
Oh,
Brugger was
Okay.
still at exhaustion, so he was gonna have more of a rest.
Venom has been digested twice, so he is taking at least half a day to get along.
So what's the plan? You're here in the Stone District, the heart of the Dwarven industrial complex in Dune Hollow.
Well, the plan is to inquire about information about the mine, and likely as well gain access to what's it called? Some equipment related to venturing into a mine, akin to lanterns, rope, pythons,
Mhm.
mining equipment, in case we need to traverse
Okay.
cavernous area, as well as metal for vellum. However, that can be something that can be done more on the sideline of things.
Alright, so if you're looking for mining equipment, go ahead and make an investigation check for me.
Happily.
Nine. Yeah,
would you like me to help?
Yes, because Sao has not quite been here, and, well, not to sound racist, but Dwarven architecture do follow into the same sort of patterns from time to time.
I'm not racist, but
Okay. Can I help? Do the aid and let him
sure.
get one
You,
reroll?
you've been here for a couple days, but being the inquisitive type, you've generally found your you found your bearings. Liska's been here for a lot longer, though.
Yep,
Yeah,
Lisk is
she's-
also helping, like pointing out, like, oh yes, this is where it goes. Look at that.
I'm just
Look at
kinda
those dwarves
looking.
being dwarves. They're so tiny.
I mean, that's 3 people.
Short but fierce.
So go ahead and roll again.
You can do better than a 4.
Or worse.
15. Not bad, not bad. So it's mainly Liska that's helping you kind of guide you around. She kind of points over towards a very very large, probably the largest kind of dwarven factory, kind of half carved and embedded into the side of the cavern here, and it points it out as the ingot splitter refineries. This is where they take all sorts of iron, kind of silver, copper, even the occasional kind of clumps of mithril here and there, and they kind of put them through the refineries and refine them into pure ore. She also points out the Gristlebeard Industrial Complex, off to one further side, kind of over some of the carved dwarven huts here, the dwarven dwellings. This is likely where the kind of most of the workers, the miners here, are employed. This is likely where they are equipped. So, in all likelihood, the Gristlebeard Industrial Complex, that's probably where you want to go for mining equipment.
Alright.
Oh, yes. You're also. There's also. Let's see, where was it? Oh, yes, the Sparks Butter compound. That's where Sparks Butter compound is where materials are refined into weapons, armor, that sort of thing to equip the great armies of the Iron Guard and the Mountain Guard, as well as various other things. So what you doing?
I'm thinking.
Anyone else can feel free to chime in at any time.
So what are we looking for again? Just Dagger has light. Are we looking for just like climbing equipment or ropes? I mean, most every adventurer has ropes, but anything specific that you're looking for before we go down?
Do you want a fully honest answer? Most things we would likely have already, but as spares, including ropes, climbing pythons, climbing gear, lanterns.
Okay, then yeah, let's go in and look for that. Let's go. We'll lead the way in to find exactly that.
All right.
All those things that were mentioned before.
So you venture towards perhaps one of the largest factories here, the Grittleby Industrial Complex. You can see the enormous wheels, the enormous cogs that are almost poking out of this large carved factory, pulling these enormous chains. You can see a huge reservoir, a huge vat of just slag that's being stored over in one side of the courtyard for now. You venture your way in through the front door, and you are greeted with the wave of heat is what initially kind of wafts over you as you enter, and the smell of all sorts of metals, copper, iron, just floods your sinuses. You can see a great number of many dwarves, kind of ash smeared faces, kind of covered in soot, all just kind of hammering away at various anvils as well. You can see some of them are kind of pouring slag into these large troughs. You can also see one dwarf on the PSP. A large series of gantries up about 20 feet up, kind of surveying everything right now. He notices all of you kind of enter, comes down from the gantry. He walks up to you. Hey, what can I do for you? He kind of smudges a bit of soot off of his face. He pulls up his large goggles.
We are looking for spare equipment for venturing into the mine.
Oh, you're a very strange sight. I can certainly sell you some.
We're in need of likely 2 spare kits for climbing, as well as more pythons and rope. Also lanterns.
Oh, that I can do for you. What kind of lanterns are you looking for? Are you looking for oil lanterns or lumen stone?
I am unfamiliar with lumenstone. What is it?
Oh, it's like an oil lantern, except you don't need to refill it. Come, let me show you. It kind of leads all of you into a section of the factory which looks to be some sort of large kind of tall, kind of 50-foot tall warehouse. You can see crates and all sorts of boxes just scattered. Some are kind of piled up in these kind of almost to the ceiling kind of towers of crates. You can see some more kind of neatly organised crates off to the side. He goes over to those. Looks to be a couple of them look to be filled with all sorts of kind of equipment for the miners. You do indeed see plenty of miners' kits as well as ropes, pythons, that sort of thing. Also goes over to a shelf with what looks like these sort of dark iron-looking lanterns. Very much seen there. They've seen a bit of wear and tear over the years. Although you kind of have to shield your eyes from the bright red kind of ruby light that kind of emanates from them constantly. And it's in the place where there would normally be sort of this glass-like substance with the candle inside. You instead see kind of sheets of crystal, this sort of like ruby-esque crystal, and it's emanating this kind of bright ruby light. Right, the climbers' kits that you run about 18 gold pieces each.
Yes. You can see Sal sort of just studying the lumenstone lantern with her eyes.
The dwarf kind of peers into your line of sight for a moment. Kind of, excuse me.
I am listening.
Right, need to make a seal here. We're kind of short on time right now. Right, the pythons. But hang on. Press check's being a bit weird right now. Oh bloody hell! Don't freeze up on me, please.
Just fire the tools. It's easier.
Yeah, let me do that. Right, the pythons themselves, they don't cost much, about 4 copper each.
Then a good 10 would do.
Right, what else did you need?
Ropes, preferably in the 50-foot length. I think 3 of them will do.
Right, that I could do. What type of rope? You want hemp?
Hemp. Silk rope is a bit too fine and delicate.
Aye. So 50 feet of rope, that'll cost you about. He kind of pulls out what looks like a short kind of ledger. Flicks through a few parchment pages. That'll cost you about 9 silver.
Alright. Let's see. What's the price of these lumen lanterns?
Those. That'll cost you about the same as a regular lantern. Let me see here. Right, so the lantern itself would cost you about... bloody hell, there's no price for this. Lanterns, the lumen stone lantern, that'll cost you about 7 gold pieces each. If I were you, I'd probably save pulling it out until you're deeper in mines. Why, if I might ask, are you going in the mines in the first place?
We are looking for the High Priestess.
The high priestess. If you're not a miner here, you probably want to. You'll probably find her in the Cathedral of the Mountain King.
We looked. She was taken during the raid.
Oh, for shite's sake!
Well,
You know, I thought. Definitely thought this attack would probably have something to do with the attacks we've been having here at mines. It all makes sense now.
as far as we can tell, the whole attack on the city was surgical in a way. They knew who they were going after.
Aye, that it was.
It also seems that, well, they had a bit of help. Goblins, by the looks of it, at least from what we were told.
Of course, it's always goblins. There's always shite in goblins.
Yes, however, there were a bit of irony, I guess, in the fact that our own goblin actually offered to help some of the wounded in the
You've got a goblin in your midst. He kind of looks at you incredulously.
We do.
I suppose he's well trained then.
I mean, he trained him himself. He's his own thing.
Right, sure.
You can say that all you want, but not all goblins are the same. I mean, you're talking to an orc in Dwarven City.
We're not had much contact with orcs. We're not sure what to make of you, but still, these items you wanted.
Yes.
Right. Okay, so that would be so that was 2 lengths of 50-foot rope, yeah?
3.
3 lengths.
As well as 10 pythons and I think 2 climbers kits.
Okay, so the 3 for 9 silver each. Just mark those off. So
3 for 9 silver each. I need to do fucking math. That's sad. I am fucking bad at math right now.
7, mate.
Yeah. Alright. What's the
that'll be
total in-
that'll be 2 gold pieces and 7 silver.
Alright.
And for the
What you can do is just add up all the silver together, move the decimal 1 place to the left, that's how many gold pieces it is, and then add that to whatever's gold.
Yeah. And
the 10. You said you wanted 10 pythons, yeah?
yes.
Okay, so that'd be 4 copper each. So that's 4 silver pieces.
Yes.
And the lantern, the lumen stone lantern, was 7 gold pieces.
I think we'll take 2 of those. Just to be safe.
Okay, then. You now have 2 lumen stone lanterns. effectively the same as hooded lanterns, but you don't need to refuel them.
Yes.
And it bathes the area in its kind of red light.
I will jot those things down.
Okay. So what else? What else did you want to do while you were here?
Liska's going to look at the dwarves. Or I guess the dwarf. So I have a question regarding the mines.
Aye.
How big are they?
Oh, quite big, quite big. It's divided up into 3 sections: the western wing, the northern wing, and the eastern wing. We've been having a bit of trouble with the eastern wing recently, but still, it's still quite big.
No, I mean, how big? And she just kind of like does that thing where she lifts her hand up to the top of her head.
Oh, right. And he kind of smokes himself for a bit. You might have some trouble trying to squeeze through some of the smaller tunnels, but well, if you crouch. You can probably squeeze in. The only thing I kind of he thinks to himself for a moment and kind of looks at you. I'd also be wary about cave-ins. He looks to your horns. Those might scrape a bit too much off the ceiling, if you know what I mean.
Well, I hope that dwarves. Like, I heard that you had. What's the term? I heard you were good at mining and building, but apparently, if it is so easy to cause cave-ins in your mines,
look, I'm messing with you, all right? He kind of grins and chuckles to himself. I'm sure he'll be fine. You're a big lass. You can handle yourself.
It's true.
I mean, she did sort of pin down the dragon, so...
Yeah.
The dragon, you see?
I'm sure you've heard of Crothis.
I've heard of a dragon, but not a name. That was
The
you,
little white one terrorizing people.
Oh, that was you, was it?
I mean, not solely me, but I helped. I kept him on the ground.
Literally.
Yes, literally.
It's not every day I get to speak to a dragon slayer.
2, technically.
She was the one that literally slew him.
Everybody keeps saying that I was the one. I see it as a collaborative effort.
Well, if that's all he needed, I have to get back to work. Send these lads on their lunch break.
Thank you very much.
Well, if there's anything you need, just come to me again. Kind of sees you out of the warehouse, as well as the rest of the complex. You are back on the streets of the Stone District.
Yeah.
So, what else do you need? Or what else are you doing?
I think that's it, then we're gonna head on back unless y'all have something else to think.
I think
Something
that
else to
was
do.
it for the equipment. Now all I am missing is, well, a bit of material for vellum. But again, let's avoid this turning into a shopping episode.
Okay. So what are you looking for Vellum?
Likely iron or steel.
Steel. Iron is chumps metal.
Yes, but sometimes it's easier to make things out of iron for cheap or quickly.
I guess, but mechanically they get negatives.
I know.
Do you want the pricing list, Jader?
I have it up with me.
Good.
So you want steel, yeah?
Yeah.
All right. So that will be
Yes.
4 gold per pound.
I will take. Let's just go with £3 for now.
Okay. So 12 gold in all.
Yes. I will take that away and boom.
You can quite easily buy that. There's plenty of various kind of stands and various kind of small shops that have been set up around
Wholesale
this
everything.
industry. Oh yeah. Regardless, I think Liska and Arsha, did you want to do anything?
Nope.
All right.
I think we're fine.
Okay then.
Unless we need to get food or anything.
I don't think so. And if so, we can just buy some rations. It's fine.
Yep. We still need to gather up the whole party to venture. And
I think some of the plans mentioned were what was it? You wanted to inquire about the mines, and Liska, you wanted to go back to the Hunter's Keep? Something about
Yeah.
contracts? Okay.
Yeah, want to go back to Hunter's Keep to look for contracts for anything that might be in the mines that we're going into.
Okay.
yes.
All right. So where are you headed to first? The keep or the lodge or anywhere else?
Who are you asking this to?
Well, just in general.
If no one's going to do anything, we're going to go. Like, Liska's going to go to the keep.
Okay.
Like, she's going to look and be like, I'm going to go check for something at the keep. I will be staying there too because that room is way too small.
We noticed.
Yeah. It is hard being big sometimes. Everything in Ragnarok is a lot more open.
Spacious.
Yep.
To be fair, it was built for you guys as well.
That is very true.
Alright. I think I will drop off some of the materials before consolidating with the others about the processes we need to go through, preparations. Azure, you are more than welcome to join in. I do doubt you actually have a hunter's mark to enter the keep. So, unless I could be wrong.
You're muted, Atlas. If you're replying.
Muted.
Nope.
Oh, there we go.
I'm letting other people talk.
Well, Sal was talking directly to you.
Well, I was reading something also to figure something out, so I was distracted.
Fair enough. The TLDR.
I'm sorry. I'll refocus my game.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sal just asked Adger if he was interested in joining her as she would drop off the purchased materials and reconvene with the others to discuss processes and preparations for what's ahead, since she doubts he has a hunter's mark, unless she could be wrong.
No, he doesn't have one of those marks. So he'll go ahead and join you then to drop things off, because that sounds good.
Okay. So Liska goes ahead and separates them from the party, and Aja and Saoyun make your way back over to the Golden Lodge. We all meet up once more. Bellum and Grunker are still just out cold right now. They are sleeping off their exhaustion and their burn marks.
How much time has passed?
Not long, about a couple of hours since they left.
Because, like I said, Vellum was only going to spend until like midday in the place, and then he was going to go somewhere. But I don't know how that'd line up.
It's about midday.
Likely would walk in on him preparing himself to head out.
All right. Okay.
So he would be awake and up. Oh, you're back.
Just about. Liska went off to look at the Hunter's Keep for possible contracts regarding beasts in the caves. Who knows? Maybe we'll find another stray bullet. Eh? She just sort of gives him a cheeky smile.
Alright, and huge things. Right. Is that what they're called?
The burrowing kind, yes.
Yeah, hopefully we won't run into those things again. Those were nasty. Maybe we'll get lucky and it'll just be dwarves. Well, you know, the deep ones.
Maybe. Could be anything, actually.
Out of character question, is Aja? I keep going to say Ager.
It's Aja, I believe. Yes.
Aja.
Aja. Yeah, I know it's Aja, but it says AG, and in my head I go Ag.
Ag. Okay.
Ager is Ager there.
So.
Yes, he was following her.
Alright, sorry, I wasn't sure. Right, well, I was about to head out and see if I can't find something to he sort of raises his arms a bit, and there's like he's obviously decent, but his clothing is very battle worn and also acid eaten. See if I can make myself presentable.
You most certainly are not presentable right now. You
No,
look
you
like
look
a
very-
couple.
Philosophical.
Nice way of putting it.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and find maybe like a shop or something. See if I can get something decent to replace it. Nothing flashy, like, you know. There's like, there's the pause that you can tell he was about to say Balthazar, but then decided against.
These are dwarves you're talking about. Most shops here are ran by them. If you want flashy, you go for gold or metals. If you want clothing, they are by all means a bit intricate, but simple.
Yeah, I'll probably just grab something that fits and do some repairs, I guess. I gotta fix my armor up. And
Well, good thing I have this for you. And Sao takes out the steel that was bought.
you say the steel that goes plop?
Steel that was bought.
Ah, okay. How much is that? Is like how many of that? How many ingots? I mean,
It's 3 pounds.
sure. Dang it, browser! Why you do this? I'm trying to make notes. Sorry, I had to refresh and everything was locking up weirdly.
Vellum takes the ingots.
I do. Oh god. Oh god, huge lag spike. There we go.
Then are you headed out?
So where are you headed now?
I am not headed anywhere. I plan to reorganize my stuff a little. I need to prepare so that we can travel most unhindered with the gear we need for going down.
Alright, well, sounds like you got a lot of it in hand. I'll see what I can do with what you got for me. I appreciate it. I should probably talk to Liska about what she's got with her. See if anything can't be made better.
Perhaps.
Speaking of Liska,
Hey.
let's move over to her. We pan over to Liska in the Hunter's Keep.
Hey.
Hey. Liska, you enter the Hunter's Keep. You see there in the the central main desk bit below the ever-present hanging skull of Malinus. You see Zahir writing a few notes in parchment on the desk. Notices kind of she hears the large iron door kind of close behind you. She looks up to you. She's not dressed in her kind of leathers this time. It's more kind of more formal wear now. Liska, how can I help you?
Hello. I'm sure you probably have heard by now that I have been somewhat tasked by the king to.
I have certainly heard, yes.
Yes, and I am thinking that perhaps going down into the mines of looking for any contracts that may or may not be located down there.
The mines, I've heard they have had they're having a lot of problems in there in recent months, as that might have resulted in attack there you go. Regardless, let me check my files. I may be able to help you in that regard. She goes over to the kind of looks like a filing cabinet behind the desk. Kind of opens it, kind of ruffles through a few parchments. It says, I believe I've discovered a number of contracts that might be useful to you. It's funny that I've been relegated to desk duty and forbidden from taking out any contracts of my own for the next year. Only myself.
What did I tell you?
Yes, it is only myself to blame. I've had time to peruse our archives of contracts fulfilled and contracts yet to be completed. One thing I've noticed is that the larger quarries are often snatched up and completed quickly. Glory hogs and all that.
Can't really say anything about that. I've done it enough myself.
Yes, that you have. She gives you kind of a keen eye as she looks over her shoulder. The more medium contracts often gather dust. I do remember finding a few contracts that might be useful to you if you're headed further underground. Unfortunately, they're nothing too glorious. More of a grocery list than anything.
That is always fine. Money is money.
Indeed. Let me see. No, not that one. Here we go. Yes. 3 contracts sent to us by Dries Ulremish. I'm sure you know her. Owner of the Discerning Eye here in Dunhollow. Sells a number of rare and strange materials. We've had these contracts for about a week now. Took pulling a few teeth to get them released from the bureaucracy that is the assembly. But if you're going into the mines, you might as well see if you can acquire these supplies along the way, and also help clear out some pests for the miners.
Always happy to.
Kind of slaps down about 3 contracts on the desk before you. Let's see here. I'll bring them up for you. The first one is a contract for Gricks. 6 Grick tentacles, 30 GP each. 2 Grick beaks, 10 gold each. 10 Grick eggs, 5 gold each. Total value is 250 gold pieces. The second contract she shows you. Ropers.
Oh.
12 roper tendrils, 175 gold pieces each. 2 roper eyes, 25 gold pieces each. The total value being 2,150 gold pieces. Let's see. Oh, I forgot to update that one. Right, 1 second. Where is it? Here it is. Shh. Ah, there it is. Let's see. Okay. Sorry, this is loading a bit slow here.
You're fine.
Okay, so the final contract, as she kind of slaps down in front of you, is a contract for giant spiders.
Yeah.
It is 10 giant spider eyes, 20 gold pieces each, 12 giant spider legs, 15 gold pieces each, 50 giant spider eggs, 5 gold each. Total value is 630 gold pieces. She kind of takes a moment and looks you up and down, kind of with a sort of keen eye. And, well, I think if these are not enough for you, you have one more substantial contract that might interest you.
No, I am all ears.
A few weeks ago, we received a letter from Mr. Greatholt Gristlebeard of Gristlebeard Industries. It seems that they've stumbled across a spider's nest during their excavations, a rather large one at that. According to him, also found a massive spider queen. But before they could rally the gods to kill her, she quite literally vanished into thin air as she fled into the tunnels. No one was hurt, but still, understandably the tunnels were collapsed in her wake, so she could not return. They described her as carrying a cluster of bright green eggs beneath her belly, covered in motes of green light. Like a sort of bioluminescence, if you will. Quite unusual. I think it's understandable that they want her dead before she can reproduce.
Of course. You don't want spiders that could just go invisible.
Indeed. And I think through herself for a moment. Been studying this contract for a while now. I am no expert, but I believe she retreated back to where she came from, which is further down below. It is rare that any hunters will choose to go that far down underground. Which is why it has not been snatched up yet. Perhaps, if you're brave enough, you might give it a chance.
Perhaps. This is gonna kind of look over all the stuff, just kind of glancing through. And then while she's doing it, she's gonna look at see here and like, I've always wondered, Sahir, why the time limit on contracts?
We have a reputation to keep as being quick at our jobs and efficient at gathering the materials. You see, clients often get very impatient, especially when it comes to these sort of rare materials.
Oh, I mean, I understand that, but I mean, you said so yourself that these have been gathering dust for weeks. Like, if anything, why should the hunters be punished for not necessarily completing? Like, I will happily do this and get them done, but I feel, given what else I will be doing down there, that 5 days doesn't seem like a plausible time. Like, I feel like.
Oh wait, hang on. Did those say 5 days? I thought I updated those. One moment. Yeah, I definitely updated those because I noticed that discrepancy there. 1 second. Let me update.
Good. Yeah, like, can we just possibly on these smaller contracts just simply have them open-ended? Because again, like, depending, like,
Well, you see,
what's,
the 5 days, that is merely for the introduction, the initiation, the huntsman's test. You see, these minor contracts, they see on the say for example the Greek contract here. It is it's good for 6 months.
okay, I was worried for a second there. I felt like it did seem a little off.
No.
Sorry, apparently I can't read Dwarvish that well.
Let me update. Let me update the rest of those so they're in line with what I've put them as. Let's see, the ropers. Apparently, I just forgot to update them.
No, that's fine. I'm glad I did bring it up though. 'Cause,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Man, that's
Yeah,
like, there's no way for me to do that. Like 5 days.
Yeah.
Like, fuck, man.
Yeah,
Probably
thank
not
you
even
for
gonna
that.
Probably not even gonna find the princess like in 5 days.
Find the princess, slay the beast, harvest them, get back, get paid.
Yeah.
All in 5 days.
Boom, boom,
It's all
boom.
about the attitude.
Step 5, profit.
Yeah, it's all about the attitude.
Yes, yeah. Gotta, like, if you, like, believe time's gonna go slow, then it's gonna.
Yeah,
Just-
so it works.
Okay, there we
Time
go.
is subjective.
There's your updated contract there.
Cool.
So, if effectively, it's good for these minor contracts are good for 6 months. Effectively.
Cool. Then she's gonna be like, nice. Question: do you happen to have a contract for that Spider Queen that I can look at?
Oh yes, I do. She kind of rummages around for a moment and pulls out a larger, kind of slightly larger contract than the others. Oh shit! Did I forget to prep that as well? Fucking hell! I'm off my game here tonight.
That's right. Yeah, I'll just. Just tell me.
Yep.
Hell of a jump from 5 days to a couple months, though.
I mean, one. It's like I said, like one's to prove that you're worthy of even getting the other contracts.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, slay a dragon in 5 days. Easy.
Yep.
Okay, so
I mean, you knew exactly where it was.
this is a contract of slaying, ordered and paid in advance by Dries Ulramish. This contract, binding by the order of the honor and thrill of the hunt, blah 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 blah. This contract is good for 6 months. If the contract is not fulfilled within the allotted period of time, all payments are null and void. As is this contract. And the following creatures have been approved for slaying by... no, that's not it. Ugh. Had it here. Where is it? There it is. Okay.
Grizzlebeard.
Yes, that's it. Ordered and paid for in advance by Greytholt Gristlebeard. The following creatures has been approved for. The contract is good for 2 weeks. This is a major contract. The following creatures have been approved for slaying by the High Court of the Mountain King. The bounty is 1 Spider Queen. The items of harvest: 50 Spider Queen eggs, 10 gold pieces each, 1 Queen poison sack, 3,025 gold pieces, 1 Queen stinger, 905 gold pieces, 6 Spider Queen claws, 100 gold pieces each, 2 Spider Queen fangs, 2,045 gold pieces each. The total value of that comes to 9,120 gold pieces.
That's a fat paycheck.
Let's see. Is that 2 weeks? And that, get the Spider Queen. Let's see. Hold on while I make a list real quick.
Now, I've been, like I said, studying this contract for a while now. The way they described the Queen, it worries me somewhat. See, the Keep's archives tell me of a powerful sisterhood of 7 sentient Spider Queens called Broodmothers that inhabit the deeper caves and darker places of the world. The description of this Spider Queen sounds exactly like the passages I've read describing one of the Sisters of the Coven. She has a name. Broodmother Silix.
Sounds very pompous.
Indeed. In fact, I do believe I have an image here. I've been reading this book for quite some time. Kind of rummages around beneath her desk. Pulls out what looks like a very, very, very kind of thick tome. Kind of rummages around through a few pages. It opens up to a large kind of double-page spread. Shows you the image.
Spoopy.
Oh, I actually spelled that right in my notes. Nice.
Ayo.
All right. Well,
Now, if you're not up for this contract, that is entirely understandable.
2 weeks. 2 weeks. I'll tell you what. I will take the 3. And, let's say I will do some scouting on the Spider Queen to see what can. And you know how it is sometimes when sometimes you want to maybe complete the contract before taking it. You know what I mean.
Very well. I will allow this.
Because sometimes, like, what if, oh hey, we happen to get ambushed by a giant Spider Queen. Oh, we killed her. Hey, there happens to be a contract for this. Perhaps we can turn it in.
Just so long as we get the necessary components within the allotted period of time, it shouldn't be an issue.
Of course. So Liska will do the little blood signing on the Grix, Ropers, and Giant Spiders.
Okay. And with that, you feel this sort of familiar kind of cold shiver up your spine as you bind yourself to each of these contracts. You've always done in the past.
Yep. Cool. So, is there anything else that any information about just the keep in general? How is I see that the wall is at least no longer ventilated.
Yes, we've had to do a few repairs on the keep since the incident.
That's a good way of saying it. It was an invasion, Zahir.
Yes, I know. It's frustrating at the very least, as well as many of our hunters sadly did not make it through the invasion, but it comes with the job.
We are perhaps the biggest threat in the city, so it's understandable.
We also stumbled across an unconscious dwarf in a cart in front of our keep. Would you happen to know anything about that?
Unconscious dwarf in a cart?
Yes, an ashen skin dwarf, a deep dwarf.
Oh, not that I know of. Is he still here? Where is he?
I think he must have been taken by the guards, and it must have been. What? Let me get my notes.
Can't believe we fucking forgot the prisoner.
Yeah, you guys just fucking left him.
Just left him in the fucking car.
We didn't forget him. We left him.
All right, yes, definitely. Just left him for the authorities.
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course.
For
Like
questioning.
Spider-Man does with criminals.
I believe he was taken to Fort Hammerhurst, where he presumably is rotting away in the dark steel dungeons.
You see, I think the issue with that is that it's in a dark dungeon. Perhaps you should just I don't know, stake him out in a cage in the sun. I feel like that would affect the deep dwarves more.
That would be more amusing.
Just have to get inside the head of your enemies, you know?
Indeed.
Anyway. So how is Rathgar doing with the losses?
He's taking it rough. He's to lose this many hunters in one night is inconvenient at best and devastating at worst. See, some of those were his pack members.
Well,
I
at
worry
least,
for him, you know? He's like a
Yeah,
father
he
to
is.
all of us.
he has survived long enough that I think he will pull through.
He will. He is a strong man.
And plus, you still have Liska.
Yes, we still have Liska and the amount of trouble you and Magna can get into.
That is true. That is true. The forge still exists. But let's just give him my regards.
I will.
And then Liska just kind of gives a nod and heads on up to her room.
Okay.
Because she doesn't want to bend over to fucking. She doesn't. She wants to be able to stand. She wants to be
Okay.
able to stand up full.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so what are the rest of you guys doing as we pan back to the Golden Lodge?
Venom's gonna go stop at some shops.
Okay.
And Sao asked Azure a question, but that was in text. And
Oh, I'm so sorry. I've been looking at languages and lore stuff. I wasn't looking at the game. I used everything being voiced. I'm sorry.
yeah,
Okay,
I
go ahead.
imagine you got a lot to consider.
Yeah, I'm trying to learn about like 2 different empires.
It's
Oh,
a
yeah,
bit and a half, ain't it?
just casually.
Let me
learning
ask a
about
question.
2.
Does the Kateshi Empire have like a prevalent language or race? Like, oh, they're mostly trade tongue or Orcish or something.
They do have their own. They do have their own language, which is, oddly enough, called Kateshi. But they also have. They also speak trade tongue.
Okay.
I thought it would be called
Okay.
Kateshan.
Oh,
well,
England.
question.
England English. So
Kitesh.
anyway,
All right, good.
Sorry.
All right, let me see your.
So thank you for telling me that. I need to add that.
Oh, so where in the world are you from? Oh, is Avon done with his thing? Are we moving to voice?
I think
Basically,
Yeah.
Jenna wanted to know roughly what we were all doing.
Chatting with Sal.
Okay,
Where
so
are we?
Vellum will leave those two
Are
to
we
talk.
back
We
at
are
the
at the
lodge?
Golden Lodge currently.
I believe you're all at the Golden
Okay.
Lodge.
I thought I remember we were heading back there after.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We'd
let's
arrived,
get-
Sal
let's
and
get
Vellum
split
had a
off.
short chat.
Yeah.
let's
Yeah,
just
I didn't know
go
if this
by
was a
yourself.
walk. Saying this on the walk back or when we were already in the lodge.
It can be on
When
the
the
walk back
question
if you
was
so if you choose to. Just either way, you end up at the Golden Lodge.
I think,
Okay.
I think timeline-wise, they'd already gotten back at
We'll
the
just
lodge.
say it
Sal
was
and
at the-
Vellum had a brief chat, and then she turned to him and
Okay.
asked.
You're at the Golden Lodge.
Okay.
Go.
Golden Light, go. All right. Do you want to lead with that, Sal?
Sure. I'll just read it back as I wrote it. Sal looks to Azure with a slight raised brow. You strike me a little curious. As she sort of lays the items that was bought on the table and begins to sort of sort them out. Where in the world are you from?
Oh. I'm the Carthan Commonwealth. I'm a very small village, about 3-4 hours walk away from capital Balgrith. It's a little bit longer when you have a heavy cart pushing it, but
It's an angry cat.
go away, cat. Go away. I'm not going to feed you again.
Those damn dwarven cats.
You give them a glass of milk once, and they just won't go away. But I'm from a very small farming village in the Carthan Commonwealth.
Farming village. Not the usual place you'd find those of. And she sort of looks him up and down. Inquisital material. I think that's what it's called.
What about a coincidental material? Sorry, you cut out for a second.
Inquisital material.
Yes, what was the beginning of that sentence? You chopped up for me. All I heard was inquisitive material.
Not the usual place to find inquisital material.
Yes. Well, not so much within the town, though we do have our own little chapel there. The capital, though, it has plenty of material. Faith is very prevalent there, and there's many sects and groups and many devotions to the faith. You would be hard pressed to be able to walk a block in the city without seeing some sort of holy man or little religious respite.
Hmm. I've always had a bit of a odd view on religion, should I say. Strikes me
Oh.
as, I wouldn't say unreasonable, but I often find myself questioning why. Why do people believe the things they believe in?
It's a good question. I would say for most people, you likely have faith. It is a comforting belief, something that, though it's hard to prove, you have just enough evidence or just enough thought you can correlate things together and affiliate your faith in what you believe in and have that feel true to you, even if it isn't. However, some religions are a bit different. Rather than being deific, they might be more ideal. It's really interesting to see how different cultures develop that way. So find it to be at times quite terrifying because of rampant invasion and war that people suffer because you have a different faith. It's not nice, but sometimes you have to have a response to those people. And as he kind of gestures up and down, sometimes there's people who don't want to be found, so you need someone who's very good at asking questions, a inquisitive person.
And sometimes people flock to a faith as an anchor in hard times, to have something to believe in, a moment of goodness.
True. Very, very true. It is a comforting and wholesome thing to be surrounded by people who think and act like you, and when things are rough, you have some guiding principle to say, we're the same, let's work together.
As much as I would love to find belief in something, I often find myself asking too many questions to hold on to it.
I know just how you feel. I've got a few marks of my own from where I asked a few too many questions, but I found that it led me to an even greater answer. You see, that's the difference, Xiaoyun. You have faith, which is just believing in something, and then you have comprehension. It ascends faith. It is to know and directly experience. Perhaps you might be able to have that revelation one day. Doesn't have to be my faith. That's fine. But I know I have found comprehension. So if you want guidance,
I
I'm
have
willing to
had
talk
my
about
own
anything.
revelation long ago in regards to what it means to have faith in somebody.
Let me guess. You got stabbed in the back.
No,
How astute.
Oh,
but how did you know?
normally that's how this story goes with most adventurers when we get to this point in the conversation. Now I'm really interested. Go on.
I was accused of doing a deed so great and harmful by my own culture standard that, well, it was tantamount to heresy in your terms.
Ah. Well,
And the only one I could have faith in was one of my own brothers. He lied to let me escape, which would make him complicit in the act. I haven't seen
I'm
him
confident.
since, but I have faith that he is still well.
Hopefully one day you'll be able to meet him again, and that will be a comprehension.
I hope
There's
so.
nothing wrong with faith. Still, heresy can be corrected. It's just practice of misinformation. Do not hold yourself to some unfortunate standard or think that you are wrong just for being slightly different. Some things may need to be corrected, but if you do what you believe is right, there's a good chance you are.
Believing is different from knowing.
And that is the crux of faith.
Do you know the principles of gunpowder?
I cannot say I'm well versed. I have seen some minor shows using gunpowder, or heard of men of war having very bulky tools, but not ever really used it myself, no.
Well, to me, gunpowder is like handling things with God, if I can say that, or a god. You treat it with care. You're careful with how you handle it. You're sure that it is kept safe and dry, away from what could ruin it, or even unmake it. But in a moment of inspiration, shall we say, a little help from a fire, it can make the world into a very bright place for a moment. But what it leaves behind is dependent on how much faith you've put into it. A little, and you can make a mark. Too much, and you harm yourself. I've had my own experiences with gunpowder in that way. A few rough marks here and there. And she sort of holds up her hand, and even though they're well healed and barely visible, there is signs of small spots here and there of slightly different colored skin. Ages ago, I was a bit of a fool when trying to experiment. Iron tends to get really, really hot when used with gunpowder. This was my lesson. Temper one's fate with reason. Have you had such an experience?
Being burned by your own eagerness or ambition?
Or willingness to believe that you are absolute in the right?
I wouldn't say absolute and right, but or suffering consequences for seeking something. Yes.
I know I
all
shouldn't
wear
ask
masks.
this. I know I shouldn't ask this, but is that a reason why you wear the mask? I know you said it's a comfortability thing, but
Well, hold your faith how you will, but for me, I have to wear the mask. It is in my faith, very, very rude in a holy place not to wear a face cover. It is done so you are not blinded. To me, I have to wear this mask because every place is a holy place. I wouldn't want my eyes to burst out of my head and boil away. Or so it is said. So I must wear this mask. It is my penance. Does that answer your question?
In a way, it definitely puts perspective into why you wear it.
I suppose it should be said that I am not hiding a scar, if that is the worry. I am not hiding myself. I am simply following orders. Doctrine. Did you have any more questions? Or anything else you wanted to discuss?
Only one. How are you with cramped quarters?
I'm quite well. I'm not very good at the, as he grabs his staff and kind of does a little forward bonk bonk motion. But, I can definitely work in cramped quarters. I'm also rather capable at controlling them to an extent.
Just being cautious. I know how Liska can act in quarters. She's big, but she can handle herself well. Controlling others is part of her fighting style. Vellum is nimble and agile. He has less of an issue with moving about cramped spaces as he has with finding the right position, and preferably not getting eaten twice. Granka, small, but by no means not a pushover. He is also our only expert in the underground so far in the group.
Oh.
As for myself, I'm adaptable, which I've been told many times before is my greatest strength. Funny. Sorry, I'm just reminiscing a bit.
See. Well, I'm fine to sit and listen to memories for a while if you want. Would that make you feel better?
Not sure I should share those, but I do have my own fair share of moments and stories I could tell about.
Well then. That's the case. If you wish to tell, I'm happy to be your captive audience. Why don't we switch to something happy? What's one of your more prouder moments? And he's gonna lean back a little bit. And I'm fine for this conversation to continue. Do we want to pan to somebody else since we've been talking a little bit?
Sure, we can do that. It would be a good transition moment. Let's pan over to Vellum, shall we? What are you looking for?
I'm fine doing Grunka first in case he wanted to do anything. Gabbo's kind of been sitting there for a while with nothing to do.
I mean,
Yeah.
Gab, what have you been doing? Just sleeping?
Well, I guess he's been sleeping for as much as he can, but you know, you can only sleep so much.
Yeah.
So I think he's just kind of been laying in bed, just kind of resting and thinking.
Okay, just he's awake, just kind of resting
Yeah,
in bed.
he's just kind of lying in bed, just kind of staring up in the ceiling.
Okay.
He's thinking specifically about when he fell into the pit of
Yeah.
lava, and after he came up, that the lava kind of almost followed him up, or kind of pushed him up. And he's kind of, just thinking back to that. And thinking about the dream he had with the fire magma elemental thingy. And he's just kind of trying to think of some sort of connection or why or how. And he's not quite sure.
You kind of think to yourself on this for a while, quite a while. Here you could feel the warmth of the fireplace in your room. Kind of stare into the fire for a while. And think back to that exact moment when you faced near death in the pits of lava. The adrenaline kind of pulsed through your veins, your rage in that moment of facing your own mortality. As you watch the flames flicker and hear the crackling of embers, you feel a warmth against your chest. It's oddly comforting. A matronly warmth.
Yoka kind of takes out the shiny and looks into it a bit. Kind of thinking. Spins it around in his hands.
You take out the crystal, it's glowing and flickering like orange fire instead of its dull emerald green.
Is it... He's gonna kind of look at it and then look at the fire, and he's gonna put like his hand between it and the fire.
Do you
Does
look
it
at
still glow?
only momentarily flickers, but it seems to continue.
Oh,
As you look at it and back to the fire, swear for a moment you see the flicker of a vague face before it disappears back into the fireplace.
no, not again.
Then a thought enters your mind. A feeling of comfort congealed into 3 words. The words, "With you always."
He's gonna just think for a bit more. He's gonna kind of maybe have a little bit of a snivel and kind of wipe away a single wet eye before he, with a sigh, puts Shiny back, and then he takes out Webby.
Webby kind of scuttles around on your hand, up your arm, up to your shoulder. Kind of nuzzles up against your cheek.
You're good, buddy. Just gonna make sure he feeds him. And just gonna I don't know, spend some time with him. Play with him a bit, cuddle a bit.
Yeah.
Tell him a story about a big, strong spider.
Okay. Webby kind of scuttles up on your head and sits down and kind of curls up.
Yeah.
And he seems to have grown a tiny little bit bigger than once you initially found him.
Starting to get big. Need to get a bigger bag. Yeah. Oh, hey. Hey, so I'm glad you're okay. You've had some tough times, but doing my best to keep you safe. Yeah. Didn't think that you would be so important when I got your egg. Yeah. But I guess you are. Yeah. You know, I think it's time to get some eating. I think you need something warm and fresh. Yeah.
And it kind of seems to stand up, kind of scuttles around in circles on your head excitedly.
Yeah. Maybe. I think soon you should be big enough to take your own things. Yeah. Maybe a mouse. Yeah. That'll be interesting. Yeah. Oh, well. Let's go out. And Grunka kind of walks out of his room and into like the common area, I guess you would call it.
You see a strange porcelain masked person talking with Salyan.
Oh. Alright. You.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Hello, Granka.
Hey.
How are you feeling?
Better. But,
Good.
yeah. But, getting a bit hungry.
I thought so.
Yeah. It's, you know, not dying makes you hungry.
That it definitely does.
What time is it?
It is around...
It's around noon to 1 o'clock at this point.
Oh.
It's around midday, I think.
Oh. Sounds like dinner time.
It does.
Yeah. So, yeah. So, good. Yeah, anyone want to eat?
Yes,
I could-
that would be nice.
I could really do with some food, actually.
Nice.
I think it would be a good time for us to find the others. Excuse me. I think it'd be good for us to find the others and invite them as well. Maybe a little group bonding experience after the tragedy everyone had to go through with the city.
Mm.
Yes.
And with that, shall we pan over to Vellum?
Hooray!
So what you doing?
Oh,
I know you don't want to make this a shopping episode, so we can speed through this if you
I
like.
know, that's why I'm going to gloss over it. Vellum will want to look for a clothing store, but one that particularly deals in import goods.
Import
Ideally
goods.
from the east, but anywhere vaguely.
Okay.
I imagine a big town like this has, imports.
Yeah, it definitely does. Okay, just go ahead and make an investigation check, because I suppose you've already been to one place that sells clothing. This is to find more less popular and more of a place that deals in kind of outwardly exotic trade.
Okay, so investigation, you said, yeah?
Yep.
Let's go +2.
12. Not bad. You kind of ask around for a bit. Some people do direct you towards silver threads and hazard heads. However, you kind of make it noted that you're looking for specifically non-Dwarvish kind of exotic clothing and different. You said you wanted something to cover up your shining head. Yes.
Well, I mean, I'll deal with that when I get there.
Okay.
But mainly just something to replace what he's currently. And
Alright.
I'll particularly phrase it as import, not exotic, because that could put me to a very expensive district.
Yeah. Import goods. You get a few people directing you towards the gemstone quarter. They definitely, as well as kind of exotic goods, they also deal with sort of imports from different far off lands as well.
Okay. Don't know if the map is important right now, but I forget to have it up in general if we're all scattered about.
Yep.
But I'll gloss over it. Basically, he's gonna look for something. He's gonna spend some time looking for something similar to the style that he tends to wear. But as for its visuals, I'm gonna be knocking something out as like tomorrow.
All
So
right.
I'll give you an updated vellum look. But yeah, if you can give me a rough price estimate.
So you're looking for, we'll say, fine clothes, but not too fine. Am I correct?
I suppose around here they would be considered fine, but basically something from East.
Okay.
In his style, but it's a very niche thing, so I'm not going to be too picky with it.
I'll say that'll for a set of non kind of not fine clothes, but they are kind of imported from elsewhere, so that'll kind of rack up the price a bit.
Yep.
I'll say that'll cost you about 10 gold.
I would like to try and talk the merchant down to 8.
All right, go ahead and make a persuasion check.
I would roleplay it out, but we're trying to save time.
Yep, no worries.
Shopping.
They grow up
Persuasion.
so fast.
13.
Not my best roll. Well,
You do manage to haggle it down to about 9.
can I try and push it to 850?
Brute forcing it won't help, and you're
8.5,
like,
I mean, sorry. I keep forgetting the denominations, yeah.
One more, and that's your lot.
Yep. I mean, half a gold is not much of a difference. No, that's performance. Let's click the right one. Roll 20. Roll 20. Okay, I'm going to click it again, but it's only going to be the first one. Oh no,
It's
roll
not
20 has exploded.
It's not showing up. Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we go.
22. Okay, so 8. Sort of did hang
8 gold, 5 silver. No, there's. I wasted a 24 because roll 20. Fucky.
So okay, so you do manage to haggle it down to about 8 gold, 4 silver, 5 silver.
Yeah. Alright, and I'll be drawing that tomorrow. But once that's done, I want to take some time to wander, see how extensive the damage of the attack was,
Okay.
and see where, because the Vellum's eventual plan over the course of the next few days to a week will be to try and assist with, or try and rope everyone into assisting with building efforts until they go underground.
Okay.
So I want to see where the worst affected areas are.
So you wander around the city for. I'll say this is probably going to take you, because it's such a large city. It's effectively a dwarven metropolis. It's going to take you about good 4 hours, just in this kind of this general sort of area alone, to kind of wander about and.
I think my pathing. I won't wander completely. I'll try and sort of make a path downward towards the Hunter's Keep, because there was talk of moving down to.
Sure. Okay, so you make your way around the city. There are, though most of the city does seem intact, the damage isn't on the scale of a full-scale invasion. There are definitely pockets of ruined buildings here and there where individuals and Iron Guards are kind of working in tandem to help rebuild what they lost of their lives. Through kind of wandering, you do come across approximately 8 or so pockets of just abject devastation where these wormholes have bored up through the surface, and the general kind of nearby area has been attacked.
I will make a mental note of that for later.
Yeah.
And eventually make my way to Hunter's Keep.
Alright.
And assumedly wait for anyone else to show up. But is there anyone noteworthy in the area when I arrive?
When you arrive, let's see. You don't see anyone you remember or is noteworthy. You do see a couple of individuals with the kind of Hunter's Keep brand kind of or mark directly on their shoulders, at least from what are visible. They seem to be wandering the premises, just helping the local young guard out, also kind of helping them rebuild their kind of sundered wall, kind of putting the final touches on it.
Okay, well,
No one
until
you
anyone I
directly
know
remember.
shows up, then that will be me.
Okay. So what are the rest of you guys doing? I know Liska's just in her room. Vellum is at the Hunter's Keep. Grunkus, Saoyun, and Aja, what are you doing?
Getting food.
Okay.
No.
Okay, so getting food is not very hard to do.
You put food in your mouth.
Yeah. There are plenty of kind of street vendors, kind of setting up shop once again after the attack. You also hear talk of a few places kind of reopening. You also hear talk of that would be
That one burnt restaurant.
Oh, I've lost my fucking notes again. You do hear of one restaurant that's currently recovering from a very what some would assume to be an arson attack. And you kind of chuckle to yourself, Saoyun, reminded of Nero this time.
Way to kill the mood generator.
However, you do find one restaurant that is kind of on the verge of opening, reopening, and you do find yourselves a very nice meal. What are you looking to order or eat?
Sao will go for simplistic and balanced.
Alright.
And then Sao will just look to the others. Mainly Grunka, because she's unsure what he wants. As for Adger, well, he can probably order things himself.
Okay. So you eventually kind of presented with a very very kind of fine, not fine dining. It's more comfort food, more comfort dwarven food. As you kind of surround you all sit around a table. Couple of dwarven onlookers, not used to such a strange company of people. Do gather a few glances.
Gather the whole party?
Nope, it's just you three at the moment. This goes back at Hunter's Keep as is Vellum.
Oh, right, yes.
That was Audrey's suggestion.
Right,
If
okay.
you don't...
Sorry, my bad. I forgot about that. If you like, you can...
I'm trying to just include other people.
Yeah.
We're split up. Let's gather people if we can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So I'll say before all that, we kind of rewind a bit. You all make your way towards... very likely where Liska has gone, which is she said she was headed to the Hunter's Keep. Make your way there. You see Vellum kind of on the outside watching some of the guards and the other hunters begin to kind of reconstruct the wall.
Wearing new clothes that have yet to be described because I haven't designed them yet.
Yes, he's very brand spanking new clothes.
Yeah. He
Feeling
doesn't look like a
fresh.
hot pile of melted shit anymore.
You will
I mean, if you say so.
reconvene sans Liska.
Were we gonna get Liska so she could be involved with planning and stuff?
Did you want to go grab Liska?
Yes.
All right, so
She's part of the group.
you headed into the.
She may not accept it, but we're at least inviting her out for
Yep.
dinner.
you all-
Yeah, I think Sal will walk in and sort of look for Liska.
Okay, so you all head into the Hunter's Keep.
Not all of us.
Oh.
That would be a bit overkill, I
Okay,
think.
so
We just need to get hold of her, so one person should be enough.
you make your way into the Hunter's Keep. You call for Liska. Liska, you do indeed hear a familiar voice calling for you.
I come out of my room and walk forward.
Right.
It's like, oh, I see everybody is here. What is the case?
We were wondering if you would like to come out and have dinner so we can discuss plans.
Oh, sure, it's kind of early for dinner though. Would you prefer
Dinner.
lunch?
Lunch. I'm too used to being
Afternoon
just-
meal.
Not that. I'm just too used to calling it getting food.
Food.
What is something?
I know a very good local restaurant that has some excellent food. It's an interesting thing. This dwarf happened to get just a little bit of Ragnarokian food, and he just wanted to make a big deal about it. It's not actually, it's not. It's more like a dwarven spin on Ragnarok food, but it's close enough, you know.
Yeah. I think I follow.
Well, I think anything that'll taste good right about now. After the few days we had.
All right. So, you headed out.
To eatery.
All right, so you make your way out into the streets of Doonhollow, with Liska leading the way to this
Themed restaurant.
themed restaurant. We'll
It's
say,
gonna be
yes.
a theme restaurant, like it's all decorated like
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
like a
like
cheesy 80s restaurant, but it's
Ragnarok. Yeah, like Liska's gonna be like, okay, I just want to kind of give you a heads up. This is not how Ragnarok actually looks. This is how he think Ragnarok looks. Just go with it. It's fine.
just don't get a table in the indulgence section.
Is this like those pirate themed restaurants?
There are pirate themed restaurants.
You've never been to a
I'm sorry. Just the mental picture of Aja being really into pirate themed restaurants.
It's canon. It's canon now.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, no. Why would you? Why would you do that? I feel like that's kind of like, why would you want to celebrate pirates?
This is going to sound very mean, but it is a mockery of a more aggressive culture and turning into something more socially acceptable and less scary. Plus, fried fish is really good.
I don't know how that would be rude, but okay. Yeah, fried fish is fine.
I mean, the northern people might take offense because they're a bunch of pirates too, but
Don't you come from the north?
slightly more north. I meant more of the Vaskir types.
Sal sort of
Frozen
snaps her
North.
fingers as she looks to Aja. Oh, I think I get it now.
They're less the fun big wooden boats and more the small one with 30 men in chainmail with axes.
I still don't get it. But you know, wait. So it's a Vesgiran theme restaurant.
No, but that would make money.
So
This guy.
I just
Wouldn't
like
have
in
five
my
of us.
mind, it's just like it's if Pirates of the Caribbean was Vikings. It's
That would be great.
and that's what I imagine like a pirate themed restaurant is in Janner's world.
You know, I actually know a pirate.
Really?
Oh,
Right.
Yeah. Remember her, Sal? Met her back in Port Mortley.
I know. And
Oh yeah. It's the one you paid, right?
What are you talking about?
Huh? I don't know. It just was the other day.
I don't think he ever mentioned that to anyone, so in character, I don't think it's common knowledge.
didn't we see you give her stuff
I
before
don't
she
remember
left on her
actually. It was
boat?
so long ago.
Actually, we
Like-
did see you.
Oh, right, yeah, now I remember. You were wondering
present
about
when you
that.
gave her the farewell token.
Fair enough. Noted. Anyway.
It's
Call
okay.
card.
The people that would make fun of you for it aren't here.
Yeah. Grunka just said what they said. And
Yeah, it's like,
Even-
wait, so Liska looks at Grunka, and then looks at Vellum, and then looks at Grunka.
He's
Then looks back at
repeating
Vellum.
what somebody else said.
yeah, what do they mean? I don't get it.
It means he was a prostitute.
Gestures. No.
Well, no, if you pay someone for sex, that makes them a prostitute.
It wasn't like that. We had a nice
How
night.
do you think a blacksmith shows a gesture of appreciation?
Gives
They
somebody
make
a
you
weapon.
a unique item.
by
of
getting
its
hammered?
kind.
Okay, long story short, we had a nice night. She was heading off to I think it was southeast. And I put my brand on a coin I wasn't going to use. Give her something as a keepsake, you know?
A token
Oh,
to
I
be
thought you were gonna say you
remembered
put
by.
your brand on her. I was just like, wow.
No.
I mean,
I'm
if
not
it's
in-
just like
I
a
mean, he's
like
not
a
going
lover's
to steer
token.
I'm not into that sort.
I mean, if it's just a lover's token, that's fine.
Seemed fair, given she gave me something. So, yeah.
I mean, I hope she did.
Yeah, anyway, less
That's
about
how
my
it's just knitting her brow at this point.
less of my casual encounters and food. Yeah, you're gonna sort of move a bit further ahead.
As you all move further down the street, Liska, you see a familiar, very sort of cartoonishly indulgence-like sign, labeled the following: Rutner's Ragnarok.
What is it, Janner? What is it?
Rutner's Ragnarok.
Rutner's Ragnarok. Nice.
Grunka's gonna kind of tug a bit on Sao, and it's kind of like gesture to lean in a bit.
So sort of not quite kneels down, but does the fucking
Talking to how you talk to short people.
Slavic squat.
Slavic.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Sao,
Yes.
what's a prostitute?
So Sarah just sort of blinks a bit as she thinks. Honestly, I think it's something Balthasar would know what is.
Oh,
But as far as I know, it's like you pay them to have, I think, fun with them. But that's about it.
Grunka scratches his head, very confused. Okay. It's,
I do not know either. So
he mumbles something in Goblin. He
Yeah,
mumbles something.
prostitution's like the oldest profession, man.
Yeah, I mean, sure. Play games, okay.
I mean, this was just me saying
Yeah.
that out of character.
I know.
Yeah, I don't think goblins have prostitutes.
I mean, maybe
I mean,
normal
do-
goblins.
Maybe they don't call them prostitutes.
Maybe normal
Maybe, yeah.
goblins do.
Maybe they got an undercommon name for. Anyway,
Gobstitutes.
Because, yeah. Nah.
Your gob job. Anyway, sorry.
Wow.
God damn it.
Look, I had to say it. It came out of my brain. I was like, I can't hold this in.
Oh well.
That's what happens with gobstitutes too.
So yes, themed
We're
restaurant.
going into Rutner's Ragnarok.
Yeah.
Oh
done.
man.
Anyway.
Oh lordy. Also, did you see my whisper, Jane?
Yep.
Okay, just wanted to be sure.
Yep.
Roll 20 has been a bit screwed.
Fucking
This session has been interesting.
Yes.
mildly
Anyways,
so.
you enter into the rather podunk looking Rutner's Ragnarok, and you enter in, and it's an all manner of just gaudy, it's a cartoonishly gaudy kind of red silks, lots of kind of bejeweled gold, probably fake.
Yeah.
You sit down to a table. It's not many customers. There's not many dwarves are enthused by Ragnarokian culture, but still, it's like an. You look around at all the tapestries depicting very kind of scantily clad demons in of all types. It's very sort of the penultimate stereotype of the Dominion of Indulgence, just laid out to bear on all the walls and carpets, and just it's almost insulting, but you appreciate the effort.
Do the cut. No, I'm not gonna. I'm sorry. I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna mute myself.
Well, you better not. We're going to be talking about things.
Dude,
So I was just looking about at all the fucking, portraits, silks, everything.
it's like
And then
it's like
Liska.
it's like entering into a Mexican restaurant and just seeing sombreros just everywhere.
Yeah, the decorated sombreros on the walls.
Yeah. Cacti just everywhere. It's
So just looks to Liska and just goes, I think I can tell that this is meant to be an interpretation. But still. She just eyes everything around once more. It is a
It
lot.
is very much. Oh, it is a lot. It is very much an interpretation, I guess. Stereotypical. But, some people just find a culture and run with it.
Well, I mean, they put a lot of effort into it, I guess. So the food's probably on the same level.
I mean, the food is. Well, no, I wouldn't say the food is on this level. The food is better.
Well, the same
But-
amount of effort, I'd say.
as you're
Yeah.
as you're saying this, you're interrupted about it as a kind of a middle-aged dwarven woman looks way too happy for the current attire and her current circumstances. You can see what looks like a sort of like a wooden carved headband with wooden horns kind of curling up the side.
Oh no.
Oh, hello! What can I get you?
Oh, hello again. I'm
Oh, I
back.
remember you.
Yeah, I bet you would.
You caused a
Yes.
ruckus last time.
Oh, that is.
I believe we were forced to kick you out.
That's. I mean. But here I am again. Perhaps your most loyal customer. And I brought friends.
She looks around at the empty tables and just sighs defeatedly to herself. All right, fine. What can I get you?
Liska is going to order just some regular Ragnarokian dishes.
All right.
Ragnarokian
just for, like, the table?
dishes.
Yeah, is doing kind of the group eating thing, like the family meal.
Yeah.
Style.
Where everyone's just having a bite of just every small little bit.
Yep.
And the first thing you all notice is the amount of spice in these is overwhelming. It's incredibly hot. But for Liska, just no issue.
Just casual.
Yeah.
It's like as she just like bites into like a Carolina Reaper. This is normally like I would prefer more spice. It's a lot more spicy where I come from, but you get what you can.
I would like all of you except Liska to make Constitution saving throws.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
Grunker,
Even
Grunker with
even-
advantage. Grunker with advantage because you are resistant to fire.
Oh no. I just got done being burnt on the outside. Now it's time for the inside.
If we're making this a thing, we're making this a thing.
Got the
Fuck
one
for proficiency.
the one part of your body that didn't get burned by acid is about to be that asshole.
Oh god.
Okay, good. On a goblin roll.
Audrey is just, he's looking at this possibly glowing red hot food. He's just got a fork in his mask and he's looking at it. I really don't want to eat this. I'm going to be honest with you, but for the sake of being polite,
I will take a bite.
You know, if you're really being polite, you wouldn't say that you don't want to eat it.
well, it's also impolite not to be honest.
I mean,
That is also
it's
true.
it's fine. Like I understand that, like from where you come from, you probably only season with salt. It is okay.
Yes, well, it's a trade-off from what was left in our fields. As he picks up a spoonful, he covers his mouth with a hand. The fork goes up, fork comes down.
I was kind of expecting it opens like a doll mouth.
So,
Did you just like press to digitate the bite away?
No.
you all dig in, and after a moment, you
Just covered his mouth.
you all dig in,
He
and
didn't remove the mask, but he covered the mouth.
Liska, you look at them all, expecting them to, expecting for steam to come out of their ears. But they surprisingly take it well for what it is.
Well, that's fine. I mean, like I said, I'm used to like this isn't the level of spice she's used to, so it's okay.
Especially Aja, who you imagine to be the most the weakest willed of the lot, being
Whoa, wow.
I didn't see a con save, but okay.
he whispered it to me.
Oh.
I still have my shit set to
Okay.
Oh right, okay.
key from testing. I forgot.
Well,
That's fine.
it was a 20 either way.
Nice.
Well, I'm used to it. Back home, a bit more subtlety in it, but it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's spicy, I guess.
I mean, that's cool. Like, if this is fine, then perhaps you should come back to my actual. Like, I'd love to actually cook you some actual, like, Ragnarok cuisine. Like normally people are like crying by now.
Gurka kind of looks at Liska, and you don't strike me as a cook, or
Why not?
you seem more like someone who beat things.
I mean, why can't you be both?
I guess.
Like you
Just,
learn a lot in the legions.
Yeah, I guess. Don't got the mama to cut for you when in army.
I mean, and plus a lot of the spice that, like, you carry your own things for, like, there's the staples like the creatures we have aren't spicy in themselves. You carry it with you. But my spice pouch has since run out since I left Ragnarok. Been trying to
Yeah.
find some, but haven't been able to.
Yeah, there's no spice here.
Have you tried
Used to.
I did stop off at a import place. I mean, I got clothes from there, but I'm sure they've got a couple of other things. Tried down there.
I doubt they have my spice.
You never know, but I do think you are right.
It's fine. Like, I don't think.
Must say though, it is rather, I would say spicy, but also not quite the spice I was expecting, I guess.
Oh, look what you
It's
mean.
a lot less tasting spice and a lot more burning spice.
What do you mean? It's like there's excellent taste.
Oh,
think
listen,
what there was-
compared to the real deal, is there a lot more different kind of spice mixed in, or is it just hit you in the face harder?
What do you mean? I mean, it actually is spicy.
I think I was expecting a bit more mixture of strong spices rather than just spicing.
Like, maybe there's. Like, Liska just kind of looks at y'all, just kind of confused. Like, maybe there's just something for the demon tongue that perhaps you don't have. Because I'm, like, tasting a lot of different subtleties.
Well, you'll have to, like you said, you'll have to cook for us sometime. See how it's
Yeah.
properly done.
I will.
Looking forward to it. He will try to give us a sort of amiable, friendly smile like that.
Just gonna nod. And then just continue munching down. She eats
Nom
a
nom.
lot.
Nom 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 nom.
Meanwhile, Sal will sort of take out a notebook and sort of list out things that she have bought and thought of in preparation. Alright, while we're all here and eating, so this would be an opportune time to go over small stuff. We will be journeying into the mines. As preparation, I have procured some climbing gear as well as extra pythons and rope, as well as 2 lanterns. Now, as much as I am one to see in the dark, I do need light to see clearly. As well as, and she sort of looks to Azure with a nod, as well as not everybody here can see equally in the dark.
This is gonna nod.
But as Azure said, light can also be manufactured via spells, so there is not too much need for lanterns unless we are without him, or we need to split up. Either way, we have that secured. Now, I am not one who has been crawling in mines or been very much for the underground, so I am unaware of what we might face. Anyone else have any experience down below? I know Gronka is probably the one with the most experience out of all of us, but never hurts to ask.
Seems like a resounding no.
I'm gonna look at Grunka.
I mean, I do come from there, so. Although I don't know these tunnels, but can't be too
Is the
different.
kind of creatures on the ground one place similar to the creatures on the ground another place?
I mean, you have what you call them, bears up here, and I don't think a bear here is that much different from a bear over there, right?
True. I guess just like different, like a little different size, maybe some
Yeah, maybe.
pelts.
Yeah, different eatings.
Yeah.
But it shouldn't be too different, I don't think. Although this is mines, right?
These
Mhm.
are mines, however. Deeper
Yeah,
below might be actual caverns.
yeah. That's I'm normally from caves, but and mines is a bit different, less natural. But maybe that's a benefit because it's more structure.
True. Alright. So we are likely to face spiders or something, as we saw with the Dwarven tomb we were in. Likely to be in some areas infested. So
I
we
mean,
should.
yeah, it's. Well, I know that there's a few things down there that are just dangerous and that you have to consider. Uh, ropers, Greeks. I know that sometimes you get like hooked horrors or umberhawks. But
Like the one from the arena.
what? Oh, I wasn't able to see the arena. Did they have an umberhawk in there?
I believe so.
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
it was real big. It's much
Oh.
bigger than normal one.
Oh yeah, of course I forgot. I remember hearing that they brought one in. Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, that was a big one.
Yeah.
Did it die or did it take out the team?
It don't. Who fight it? We fought Bullet, but not Umberhulk.
I've been a bit spaced out between the fights, trying to recover and think.
Oh, that's
So
fine.
I think I must have missed their name being called out.
Yeah.
I do think it was. Well, they
I-
took casualties.
I believe it's actually I mean it's not that
It's
long.
fine if we don't remember.
Yeah,
It's just the characters don't remember.
There is so much information
Yeah.
to remember.
Yeah.
It wasn't that long ago. You guys will probably recall the Umberhulk fight. Their names were Kurat and Crete versus the Sapphire Seers, and the Sapphire Seers won.
Okay.
A lot of that day's a blur to me, if I.
That's fine.
Well, we were jumping between fights after fight.
Yeah. Congratulations on your victory, by the way. I see that you managed to get the grand prize. She nods to Sable and the sword that's maybe strapped to his back.
A Vellum
sure.
and B, it's in the bag, so it wouldn't be, but you probably would have seen it when you first entered.
Okay.
Yeah, we did.
I don't know why I have such a hard time getting your name right.
I
Everyone
don't
else
know,
is
they're very
fine.
different. It's not like they're similar sounding. Sable and Vellum are very different actors.
How's that treating you, by the way?
It's solid work, that's for sure.
Well, I would hope so.
I'll probably
Even
only
if it was
pull it
made
out if they need to, but
You wouldn't use it all the time?
well, it's like asking for trouble, in a way. I mean,
She just
everyone
kinda
knows we
tilts
want
her
it,
head.
but I'm talking about in the long term.
Okay. Okay. I mean, that's fine.
I'm not a soldier, so maybe I'm missing something, but why wouldn't you use the nice thing? Don't you want to use the best tools for the job?
In most cases, yeah, but besides some other reasons, feeling like that would draw too much attention. The bad kind of attention.
I mean, can I use it then?
I thought you had a solid bit of kit.
I mean, I do. I love my mace, but if I can use the legendary
If you're not
Dragon
using it-
Slayer swords, then why not?
We'll see.
Using an artifact of an entire kingdom that is one of the most powerful blades to quite possibly ever exist.
Not saying I'm never gonna use it.
I think I can sum it up quite nicely. Vellum, being the blacksmith he is, has a tendency to know the value of an item and know what it tends to carry with it. He's just worried that it might catch somebody's eye in the wrong manner.
And
Trouble
paint a
might
target
come
on
out.
it.
I mean,
Exactly.
I don't know
Everyone's
if you.
going
I don't
to
know if
you
you
have
know.
it anyway.
Yeah, it was kind of a big, obvious occurrence how you want it.
Everyone around here, yeah. But once we leave this city, then it's gonna be a bit more,
I mean, they're just gonna see that you have a sheathed sword.
just Velen just sort of gets his bag of holding out, reaches in, pulls like the end, like a few inches of it out, and then puts it back in. Yeah, that's not gonna be a problem.
I mean, but what happens when you get into a combat? Are you going
Can't
to
go through
pull it
your
out?
bag.
If it's something
unsheath
really
it?
life-threatening, then yeah, I'll use it. But for regular shit, I'll just use my usual standby.
Okay.
It's a pride thing, trust me.
Then
Pride
No, I
Well,
mean,
that
I
too,
understand
but-
that, but
Look.
how about I hold it for you then? I don't mind the
Yeah,
possible threat of being attacked when wearing full plate armor, wielding a obviously magical weapon. If someone's dumb enough to do that, then fine, have at.
you might not realize this, fellow, but the arena fights are a significant deal. We hear about the champions overseas because you carry the legendary artifact of a kingdom. That's sort of a bit popular news, to say the least, of who's currently the king's champion.
Trust
Putting-
me.
Putting a
we've tried
name
to
to a
tell him.
face is a lot harder than seeing somebody walk around with something valuable.
I mean, I feel like people actually haven't seen the sword that much to begin with. It's honestly not something that is very well known. You probably recognize a makeup of a pottery more than you would the weapon itself.
I mean,
Definitely
we
recognize
have a
it's something
few
significant.
imposing figures.
I mean, yeah, but you don't know the significance. And plus, who steals a weapon that will teleport away within a year?
That's
Either
just
a fool who doesn't know and thinks it simply looks very pricey, or somebody who will likely try and break the enchantment, which will absolutely fail.
either way. Let's get back on topic.
I mean,
So,
sure, fine.
The
I'm
kind of
going to
things
want
we're
to see
running
that
into
blade
here.
later, though.
fine, we can talk about it later. Right now, we should iron out what we're doing.
So yes, what are we doing? We're gonna go down, look for the princess, look for the
Priestess,
priestess as
hide
well.
priestess. That is the plan.
Okay.
Now, on the occasion that we actually do find them captive or locked away by cave-in, we will need to find a safe way back. As I am pretty sure that the deep dwarves are also looking for them.
At least the princess.
Yes, but if they have the high priestess, then chances are they will likely also have either her or the location of the princess.
So, do
Possibly.
we have anything
I
that
don't
we
know.
can use to like mark where we came from or to get us back safer or faster?
Well, that is why I actually bought extra pythons.
Oh, right, knock them in the walls as we go. And
Knock them in the walls or to mark certain locations where we need to make a choice on where to go.
Do they not have a map of the tunnels? I mean, I know that we'll go outside where the mine is eventually, but
Usually,
can-
I believe they would have, but
if
in the
these
event
deep
that
dwarves were on any kind of map, then they wouldn't be so hard to find.
they would likely have changed some locations by mining out other parts, so the maps would not be totally accurate in some areas. However, the dwarves that run the mines, yes, they would likely have drawn out maps of caves or other places they've explored, but I doubt they would part with them that easily.
Well, we can at least ask, see if they're willing to part with one, at least for a short while.
We could, but again, price.
Well, as long as it's not too expensive, it's not like we haven't got the resources.
True.
I was able to talk to some of the miners earlier, get a general layout of it. I wasn't able to get a map, but... So I'm not completely unfamiliar now.
Well, good to have more information going in, I guess.
Inquisitive as ever, I see. Sorry for the pun.
So, we got our supplies for going in. We got a way to mark where we're going. But one thing I want to know, seeing as I probably want a day to fix up my armor, make sure I'm 100% for this myself. Don't know if anyone else has any prep they want to do or anything like that. How long do we want to be waiting until we go in? We want to do it tomorrow, day after? What do we think?
I am thinking likely as soon as possible. Time is of the essence.
Agreed. Are you two basically set?
I mean, what sort of thing can you do to, like, armor and shields?
Sorry, say that again, even?
What sort of thing can you do to armors and shields? Liska's asking.
Well, armor and shields, I can give them a bit of extra plating, make it so if anything does chomp at you, it'll be a lot less effective, or at least a little bit less effective. As for your weapons, I could probably do some tweaks, but I'll have to think about that. I also wanted to knock out a couple of javelins because I've fucked all my spears in the competition. And yeah, that should only give me about maybe a day or two if you got some jobs you want me to do on your gear.
I mean, I'm happy with getting a bit of extra protection. I mean, I tend to fight on the front line anyway. Like, if you want to look at my armor and shield.
At the second Liska started mentioning the armor and shields, Velm has been sort of eyeing your equipment. It kind of seemed like odd at first glance. He's staring almost analytically for a time. Well, like I said, should only take about a day or so. I would need materials, but
I'm fine.
that'd be the most I recommend doing. Getting you plated up, getting my javelins, and then we don't want to waste too much time longer on it.
Yeah, I'm fine paying for some materials if necessary.
I'm gonna eat my food now because out of character, my food's arrived. Be right back.
Vellum continues chowing down on what looks like some form of curry. So,
All right.
so as Vellum eats up, what are the rest of you guys doing?
With
I would
that,
like to do a bit of research into possible explosives if we need to clear a cave-in or cause one if need be.
all right. I know they have a few of those. They probably have a few of those back in that place where we looked for the ore and ingots and whatnot. Let's see, what kind of materials would he need? I can probably. I'll probably go and get some materials for the blacksmith. I think was everything else. How are we, like, if we're gonna be going into someplace dangerous, how are all of you prepped for like healing potions?
We do have a few spare healing potions, but in terms of actual helping effects, they are minimal.
Okay. And you were going to say something, Alkin?
I do not have any potions, though I do have some spells.
Oh yes, I assumed you did. Your kind tend to. It's just, sometimes, just by happenstance or whatnot, damage gets a little spread out. Hopefully it won't. Hopefully it'll kind of stay with me, but in case not.
Plus, in the heat of battle, you would not be able to watch over all of us at once.
Yes, it would be difficult.
But, so, it's, Granka, that is your name.
Yeah.
You come from Deep Goblins. How are you with remembering your path on the ground?
I am.
Sorry, just
Good.
just as a lore note here, deep goblins are very much a new. People know very little about deep goblins. Normal greenskin goblins are pretty much renowned or infamous worldwide. They kind of gather in dark caves and harangue caravans, but deep goblins. Grunk is probably the first deep goblin you've ever seen or heard of.
I mean, I know I assume such, but
Okay.
given that they, you can kind of put two and two together. Rarely, if ever, seen named deep goblins, kind of like deep dwarves. I assume.
Okay, yeah.
It seems like a logical step that his people live underground.
Yeah.
We did also say that he comes from down there, so.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So just yeah.
No, that's fine. That's good lore to have.
Okay.
That Grunk is rare.
Yeah.
So how? Yeah. Yeah, you're good.
I'm back. Sorry about that.
Welcome back. Sorry that you hung up. How do you think that you'd be able to kind of keep us aligned, per se, while on the ground?
I think so, yeah.
Mechanically, would the Outrider bonus, or feature?
Yeah, Outlander.
Yeah.
Which is I want to be honest, it is the lazy option if you don't want to remember where
Yeah,
you went.
Grunker,
Yeah.
you're popping real bad.
Oh, sorry, it's
Yeah.
because I was moving.
Uh,
But yeah, I think that with this he wouldn't be really able to get lost. So
yeah,
There can be
yeah.
only one Outlander.
Considering you're from underground and as an outlander, I will say, yeah, though it isn't your kind of immediate home, you'll definitely be able to utilize that to some extent.
Okay. With Kranka kind of keeping an eye out, is anyone here just decent with maps?
That would be a no for me.
Alright.
I am more experienced with sea maps than underground maps, so
That is perfectly fine. I guess then I'll get like a map set or something, and we still, I think, need just the map of the mines themselves.
Yes.
Dwarves probably keep them up to date of what they have, botting deep dwarf incursion, but it would still be good to have a layout, and plus after that we can just add on to it if necessary.
true.
Alright, Vellum, how much do you think it would take for some of that extra plating on my shield and armor?
Shouldn't be too much. He's back to. He does pause his eating to go back to eyeing up equipment again. Almost doing like some mental attack.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of armor and what kind of armor is she wearing?
Plate.
Plate. Ooh, that's pricey. Sorry, I'm just looking at the.
That's fine.
It's 10% cost. 10%, 15. Shouldn't be too much. I guess about 10 gold, give or take. 20 if you want me to do the shield too.
I'm fine with that. Oh,
Alright, well, when we can get back, you can strip your armor off and hand it over. I'll get to work on it.
I also just realized that Liskus actually, would she have gotten any more gold from between the dragon and now, Jenner? Like just like a couple of minor things.
It was a much time, but about like almost a month kind of between then now.
Yeah.
Completing very, very sort of minor contracts, more akin to pest control than anything.
Yeah, like the smaller ones that that she just got.
I'll say she would have managed to gather around about 400 golds worth.
Right.
Oh, right. Should probably ask, what kind of shield you packing? Regular, large?
Large.
Right, well...
And she like sets
Is
down
it
a
a tower
shield that's
shield, is the
taller than
question?
him.
Clang!
Mechanically, is it a tower shield?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the shield that's taller than he is.
Sort of scuffs the marble flooring a little bit as she sets it down because it's so large.
It also
I like to
actually
think she
is,
hangs it on the back of her chair somehow.
it's
like a
also
coat.
actually quite magical. So it can probably take a lot more beating than you're used to. Don't worry about damaging it.
Well, I do my job right, and it'll probably come out better than when you gave it to me. But
Well,
it
I
shouldn't
would
cost as
hope
much
so.
as I thought it did. I'm used to dealing with particular gaudy tastes, so shouldn't be that expensive.
Right. Let's see. Do you want me to pick up the materials for you?
No, I can grab him. I could probably get a good deal.
Okay. So you said 20?
Out of character, I need to do math for a second because I said 20 like an idiot, even though plate is prohibitively expensive.
If you said 10%, then it's 150 for plate.
Yeah, 150. I was looking at half plate like an idiot, which is why I needed the extra second to do the calculations and said Velem's math was wrong.
You're good. And then if it's 10%, the shield
Yeah.
would be 151 total then. Unless it's-
Tower shield's only 50 cost.
Okay, then 5. 155.
155. Yeah.
Alright.
And I'll just for sake of saving face, I'll just say, well, shouldn't be too bad. If it's way too much, I'll split the difference. But I'll give you a price by the end of it. How's that?
Sure. Again, I'm willing to pay my share. I'm asking you to
Well,
do
I
the
mean,
work.
I figure you'd be earning it with this, so if there's a gap and it's a bit too dear, then I'll fill the gap.
Alright.
I might have to do a bit of tinkering on my own weaponry. Tight corridors, small rooms. Not ideal condition to fire off, well, my usual.
Spit went down the
Yeah,
wrong
your
hole.
loud shot's gonna be a problem with
Smart.
caves.
I think I have something in mind, but I need a bit of time to tinker.
Right, alright. So, basically, gear ourselves up proper and then head right in. Sound like the plan we got here?
Yep.
Okay. To kind of finish up your food for now, the waiter with the wooden headband with the kind of silly wooden horns around the back. She says,
I love how stupidly cheesy they are and I love it.
"Oh yeah." She comes up to you and says, "Right, okay, is there anything else I could get you? Do you just need the bill? Do you have plenty of souvenirs you can take home with you?"
Sai just looks to her, then to the horns, and then to Liska, and then back to her.
Liska's just kind of like nodding, like you totally should.
I think the bill would do fine for now, but I will think about it.
Of course. Bill come right up. And with that, she goes off for a moment. A moment later, she comes back with a bill for, we'll say it's about 5 silver for the whole.
Liska
for the whole
will
meal.
Liska will give a gold and be like, no change.
Oh, thank you. I knew there was a reason we liked you.
The reason you keep letting me back in.
Right. That's she saunters off.
Yeah. Okay, so with this new development, Liska is going to go looking for just like one map of the mines, up-to-date
Alright.
map of the mines, which you'll probably find in the mining district.
Okay.
2 cartographers kind of set. And then what else were we looking at? Do y'all remember calligraphers? Where is it? Map makers? Where the fuck is it? Cartographers. 15. Okay, so 15 gold. So let's see. Cartographers, tools.
That'll be 15 gold.
Yeah, and a up-to-date map of the mines.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I think we'll do a speed round of what
Sure.
we need here.
Yeah.
So as you kind of you kind of go and search for a map of the mines, essentially, which does in fact lead you right back towards the Stone District. And
Grunka's probably gonna follow her.
okay.
Grunka's probably gonna go with her.
Cool.
So you are directed towards the what appears to be again the Gristlebeard Industrial Complex. Let's bring up the ambience. Here it is.
Oh yeah.
Connection
yeah.
has been interrupted. Okay, so you start talking with the actually go ahead and this would be so who would be leading this if you're all together?
Oh, are we all together?
Are you?
I know
if-
that Grunka followed Bliska, but I don't know if anyone else is, following.
Sao would likely head back to the Golden Lodge to go over things and divvy up gear, so she's at least sure that everybody has some part what they need.
Okay.
Sorry, I had a mouthful of pizza.
No worries.
I was probably gonna go with Shao.
Okay.
Okay. And
What about
Azure?
Azure?
What's Aja doing?
I don't have a whole lot to do. I don't really have anything I can prepare for. I don't have
You can
funds.
come with Sao and Vellum and then ask questions to Vellum about Vellum. Yes.
Or you could go with Liska and... I mean,
I
not
think
to
I'm
be
going
offensive to
with
Grunka, but good to have somebody with a solid intellect in there.
Yeah, I'll go with. I'll go.
Wow.
Hey,
not to
Grunka's great at
insult
Grunka
you.
Things,
It's
but
like
to
not to
find a-
insult you, but here's an insult.
Yeah, not to insult you, but you're dumb as shit. So somehow
Okay,
sitting in the brainies.
Not saying he's
Your
dumb,
brain's as
just, you
smooth
know,
as a rock, little boy.
Azure is better in certain social situations as an assist to Liska. That's how
Yeah, sure.
up to you though.
I
Just putting it.
tagged along with you guys earlier. I'm gonna tag along with Magna. Or
Oh,
Magna.
ow! Okay. All mountain folk look the same, isn't it?
I don't know. I always get the fucking two names confused.
This is
And
what
they do
happens.
not look
Bad
the
with
same.
fucking Avon, Sable, and Velvet.
This is what happens when we split the party.
Split the party so hard you mix up
if
a
you
player
think
with a
names are
fucking
hard,
guest.
If you think names are hard, I'll let you in on a secret. My mother still confuses me and my little brother's name, even though they're entirely different.
Oh yeah, my parents do that too.
Yeah, same.
I think it's just human, like
It's
a human
it's
condition.
human things. We're all bad with names. Some of us are
A
just
lot of our
worse.
stupid monkey brains are left over.
Right. So who's not in the Stone District?
Vellum and Sao.
Hey,
Yep.
Vellum and Sal.
They are heading to the lodge to get things done.
All right. So
Will be a talk.
this.
Oh, also as a side note, Jenner,
Yep.
the whisper I did earlier is still in effect.
Yep, I know. Just go ahead. Just go ahead and whisper me a perception roll real quick.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't need to whisper it because you just told me to make one, so.
Well,
God defeats the purpose of
Damn it.
making.
sorry. It's
I'll whisper it to you anyway.
You all
because
confused
you
me.
asked so nice. No, that's persuasion.
Okay, so
Take the roll
Just
and
swap out your mod.
There we go.
So, okay, good to know. Liska, Aja, and Grunka, you will make your way to the Stone District, towards the Gristlebeard Industrial Complex, or Gristlebeard Industries. So you do see out the front what appears to be a kind of like a sort of a platform, looming over the great enormous quarry, near the entrance to the Crystal Fen mines. You see atop it looks like a table, bent over it, kind of examining a large piece of parchment, is what appears to be the overseer type figure that seems to be overseeing the mines here. There's a couple of other dwarves in kind of well-worn overalls, kind of pickaxes by their side. They seem to be pointing to the map, talking amongst themselves.
okay, this is gonna stride on up. Hello. I was wondering if perhaps we can get in up-to-date map of the mines as they are right now. We're about to lead an expedition in there.
We kind of talk amongst themselves for a moment. Well, the most up-to-date map would be this one here, but it's not for sale. However, what we can do is probably if you're going to the mines, I certainly hope you're prepared.
I think we are. Is there anything that you think we should take?
Well, one thing I would probably suggest is avoiding the eastern wing for now. We've had a few problems there recently, in recent months. But if you're suicidal enough to go into the eastern district of the mines, I would recommend. Well, it kind of looks up your armor, your shield, your massive mallets, and well, seems you're already prepared. We can sell you a copy of one of these maps for about let's see, about 20 gold.
20 gold for a copy.
Aye, these are expensive to make.
Could I ask you a question, if you don't mind?
Aye.
What do you think your lost revenue from the eastern wing of your mine there being collapsed or shut down is?
Well, he kind of points to certain points on the large parchment on the table, which you now see is indeed a fully fledged map of the mines.
Fucking hell, Yanner.
Nice.
Big map.
Oh, that is big. Jeez.
Big map.
I swear to fucking God, Janner.
Daylight command can't load image.
Get wrecked.
It's too big. Which is a phrase.
It's too thick.
There we go. Loaded now. It's no longer blue. Ooh, loaded. That's a lot of branching tunnels.
I swear, Janner, by the time we reach level 10, you'd have a fully fleshed fucking adventure book.
Dude, we're gonna reach level 10 by the end of this fucking dungeon. Look at this thing. It's huge. Spent weeks down here.
Well, if you see here, things that have been causing our lost revenue are a bunch of incidents that were reported on our damage reports. It's a company policy, you see. See when the...
Well, so you cannot say a number, but you know a number, yes?
Well, there have been a few incidents. Mainly, you see here, the number of breaches we've had in the last few months. One here, and one here. You see, when our miners first began in the eastern portion of the mines, well, he kind of thinks for a moment, kind of seeming to recall some of the incidents described. Some of the miners said they heard rumbling from the caves. Now, mind you, rumbling ain't unusual in the mines. Old tunnels sometimes collapse when they've been picked clean. On rare occasions, when we dig a bit too deep, we stumble upon a spider den or other weird creepy crawlies. The guards come in and deal with them usually, but they have to collapse the tunnels to prevent more of them getting through. Higher up says it's bad for business. Pay is good, but you don't have to stumble upon some weird shit in deeper part of the mines. Regardless, we start hearing rumbling. Go further into the mines. Maybe someone's doing a controlled cave-in, not authorised by the company. They get down there and there's a great big hole in the side of the wall, like a tunnel, smooth and round, about 10 foot in diameter, looking well, looked a lot like the tunnels those worms were emerging from during the attack, now that I think about it. Bear in mind, these breaches were months ago. You ask me, those small well, we encountered small raiding parties of ashen-skinned deep dwarves in these breaches here. And if you ask me, those small raiding parties, they were just a precursor to the insanity that happened that night. A friend's house down the street from me, poor bastard, had it torn down by a stray boulder. Came flowing right through the air, it did. He and his family were lucky to have survived. But, I digress. We start hearing rumbling, we go further into the mines, maybe someone's, again... Well, after we went down and explored it, we got jumped by a group of Arskin dwarf-looking shites riding spiders and shit. I run for my life, and I hear the screams of the others as I return. Now, again, like I said, we normally collapse the tunnels immediately, but we've had 2 more instances like that over the next months in other areas of the mine. We've also heard a lot about workers disappearing in the deeper parts of the mines. Now, since then we've requested an increased presence of Iron Guard. Not only did we get that security, but also had the King's daughter herself go marching right into the tunnels where the most recent breach was.
Yes.
Right alongside an entourage of about 10 mountain guard, and she's not come back since.
She's actually
And this
who we will be
was
going into.
About 2 months ago, wasn't it?
A couple months ago.
So that's what I heard. You see, we are actually, as this imposing figure just said, on our way to, by King's orders, with request, seek out his daughter. We
Wait.
were hoping to...
You're the ones that the Iron Guard down there were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Don't look like normal guard, I assume.
No, but you're a strange group of 3. If you fancy... Well, regardless of how many you have, if you fancy going down to the mines, especially through the breach, then first off you're suicidal. Secondly, if you're bent on it, I can show you where the barrier entry is if you're looking to find the most recent breach.
Yes, we were. I was hoping we might be able to procure one of these maps.
Right,
even
yeah.
if on loan, simply because it will help in the King's mission, and if we happen to clear out, the spider den that's giving you problems, you would suddenly be able to open up that section of the mine again.
Oh,
and
don't
earn more than 20 gold.
Well, don't get me wrong. The spider den's all been picked clean. It's all clear for now. That's well.
I heard that there was an issue with a spider queen that evaded you.
Are you the member of the Hunter's Keep?
Bliska just smiles.
I heard old Gristlebeard, he sitting out a contract for that
Mm-hmm.
that thing. Tell you what gave me the heebie-jeebies, it did.
I can imagine a spider disappearing into nothingness.
Aye. Well, Mr. Gristlebeard wants it taken care of as soon as possible. But regardless, I can. Let's see here. Oh, he turns to what he kind of pats himself down for a moment and seemingly trying to find a map, and he turns to one of his compatriots and says, "Don't Nordak, give me the fucking map, will you?" Nordak, he kind of pats himself down as well, kind of reaches into one of his kind of coat pocket, pulls out small map, similar design to the larger map on the table here. You can generally get the basic layout here.
Thank
So
you.
just
We'll return
Sorry.
this once we resurface. Yes.
He kind of holds out a hand. I'll be 20 gold.
still the full 20, even going to save your royal princess and getting rid of spiders for you and all these other things.
We got a business to run here. I'm afraid that's 20 gold.
I mean, a business that's not running at full capacity. Also, what are these X's? Are those where you collapse the tunnels?
Hey, that's where they collapse the tunnels.
Okay.
Also, make a persuasion check.
Okay, let's try this one. Oh, Jesus Christ, let's go. Alright. Huzzah!
-1.
-1. It's a 9.
Yeah, not bad actually.
I honestly expected Aja to go with that. He feels more like a charisma boy than Liska does.
Liska was the one asking.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, Audra was too, but like Audra was approaching it with like. I mean, to be fair, Liska was just echoing what Audra said when she said it all. But I mean, it is what it
This
is.
a business, but I've spent all my travel fare, so I unfortunately cannot afford this map.
That's right. Liska will pay the 20 gold.
Okay. And he hands you over the map.
I expect some dividends whenever we open up that part of the mine for you. About 20 gold's worth.
If you come back alive. These suicidal people.
I mean, sorry for wanting to save your princess.
Get going. Have to have a mine to run.
Then grabbing it, that map, and heading on out. Making sure that everything is like she's checking against map to make sure that like the marks and stuff and all that are the same.
Everything seems similar, if a bit less detailed than the larger map on the table, but everything seems to line up.
Cool. Alright, so we got the cartographer's tools, we got the map, we got all that. And I think with said, what else did we need again? She looks at the other two, Kronka and Asher.
I'm not quite sure. What did you think it was, Kranka?
It could have been something, maybe making a nest, or just moving from place to place. Maybe it was the could be the spiders that makes the expander next.
Possibly.
It causes Maybe because there's cave-ins and other similar earth movements.
Mhm.
But
Right.
can also be anything, really.
Right. Okay, well, in that case, I think because Vellum is going to get his own supplies, I guess. Did Sal need anything? I don't think she did. And Asher, you're fine. Okay, I guess we can go back, meet back up again.
Alrighty.
Are y'all sure that you do not want to like go into the Hunter's Keep? Just rest there. It's a lot
I
bigger.
wouldn't mind
room.
if it.
Do I know if hunters, like, if a guest can stay in the keep?
You would need the unless you're directly applying for the Hunter's Keep, you would need the Hunter's Mark in order to stay there.
Okay. Actually, I mean, you can come. You can look. I think you can stay to, like, discuss things, but unless you are an actual member of the Hunter's Keep, I do not think that you will be able to actually stay the night. Is it possible for you to stay in your church or something? Do you have a church here?
I don't know if I have a church here, but I could certainly find and see if there's any place here I could stay. I could find an inn room.
Okay. I mean, if their in the room is still, I guess, being paid for, then there's no reason that you can't stay there. I imagine they
enough.
got a few vacancies. But anyway, let's go back.
Okay. Making your way back to the Golden Lodge.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Making our way downtown.
Fast eating less.
Conversation. Since Venom and Sam will probably get there long before the others do.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine Vellum would wait until they're in to really engage the discussion.
Sure hope so.
Yeah. Right, before we get to business as sorting whatever we need to sort out, I've been wanting to talk to you. Just us, you know?
Well, you have me for a moment.
He'll sort of give a heavy sigh and like lean on a table or something. I'm not really used to being in charge of other people. I mean, I'm not really in charge, but you get what I mean. Siren left us to handle things.
I know.
Just, there's a lot to think about. More than just myself. It's fucking. How are you managing it?
As well as I have been. At least my father did teach me a bit of management when it came to an army, but I'll be honest, I didn't listen too well on that. So I'm drawing from what I can.
Yeah, I mean, I'm good with people, but when it comes down to the details, I'm not as good as I can be. Glad to go with you there, Philip.
I am only as good as I have skills to be. That's it. I'm not totally alone on it.
Yeah. There was something else that's bothering me though.
It's
Is
Asher,
that-
isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I don't like him.
Conflict of religion.
Yeah, to say the least. Having somebody whose whole faith is based around stabbing people in the back in line, it's kind of a bit unnerving, you know?
That's the reason I don't like religion.
Look, don't get me wrong. He's been asked by the king to come help, and I'll be fine with that. Just, so he rubs the back of his head, trying to piece the words together. And he will switch to Orcish just for sake of ease of language. I don't feel comfortable with him being around. It's gonna sound weird, but being around you with him about feels like it's gonna give you a lot of bad impressions. And I don't like the sort of things he might say to you.
Rule number 1 when it comes to leading an army. Taking advice is often recommended, but heeding the advice is optional.
Smart words, but still, just be careful around him. Yeah?
I know. And thank you for worrying.
Yeah, well, not many of us from the original lot back then, so we gotta stick together and look out for each other. Speaking of, I haven't seen any sign of that assassin yet, and I don't like how long it's happened for.
That makes two of us. But
I'll watch your back down there, but in the dark caves, a lot of blind corners. It's gonna be harder to keep an eye out for things, especially when we're looking for something.
I'll be honest with you. I don't think I'll find her down there.
It's not you finding her I'm worried about. It's the other way around.
Well, trust me. If I do find her down there, I'll make sure she doesn't get away.
You will have to beat to her.
You'll see.
We'll see. I know compared to people you're usually used to dealing with, I can be a bit emotional. But if this whole sort of leadership, sort of not thing gets to you, you know where I am.
I know. And thank you.
Anytime, sir. And thank you.
But I will have to ask you to do one thing for me.
Here we go. Is it something to do with me and my big mouth?
No. When it comes to Asher, I would like to put your religion second. For the safety of the party. I know it's a big thing to ask, and
It really is.
one that is easier said than done. But I will ask him to do the same.
I'll be honest now, it is a very big ask. And if it were anyone else, I would tell them to go fuck themselves.
And I would tell you to go fuck yourself as well. But we're friends.
As I was saying, it's you. So I'll make it happen.
If worst comes to worst, tell me.
Oh well.
It's time like these I miss Balthazar.
I feel like
arrogant.
it's okay to make this. I mean, if I'd said that in the dollar thing back then when he was around, I would not be hearing the end of it.
True, but for as arrogant and pompous as he can be, he actually cared greatly about party cohesion.
He was good at the busy work, I'll say that much.
I'll tell you this. For what I noticed about everybody in the party, he was the one trying his best to make everybody work together as a team. Siren? She was admittedly a bit tougher to work with at times, but she also tried. You, on the other hand, you were a bit more of a
Handful.
loner.
Old
And I
habits
hate to
die hard.
And I hate to say it, it is something you still have to work on.
Well, I'm getting there. It's
It's a slow process, I know.
yeah. You spend most of your life being one way. It's not so quick to change.
Or sometimes you need to make a change because of what happens in life.
Hey, that's how I'm
I
here,
know.
doing what I'm doing.
Alright. Now,
Back to work.
back to work.
Out of character. What the fuck are we doing, Ducky? Because this was mainly your idea.
You
We
hear
are giving out gear.
Right.
you hear a knock on the door.
Why is it we're always having a heart to heart and somebody comes knocking?
I don't know. Would you like to open the door?
Yeah, I'll do it again. Probably get a face full of Liska's abs again. And he will go to the door and open it.
You barely
So
have
that's a
time.
bad
You
thing.
barely have time to open the door before Varish comes in,
Oh, whoa. Hey. Where's the fire?
carrying what appears to be 6 large sacks of coin.
Hi. Yeah, so he sort of
Welcome.
forgets he's talking in Orcish and slips back to trade tongue.
Immediately, she kind of sets all 6 on the table with this sort of the sound of coins ringing through the chamber. I am nothing if not a woman of my word. The rewards from the trial, as well as my own payment.
Well, that is most certainly a lot of gold.
I believe you more than earned it, my black hand.
Yeah,
Well,
I'd say so.
between slaying a dragon, winning the tournament, fighting off the Strag invasion, well,
Now, where are your friends? If I might ask.
How in the loop are you so far?
Well, I took some time to aid the repair of the city, so I am a bit out of the loop for it.
Right, well, sorry, did you want to break the news or should I?
I'll
Why?
break the news.
What news? She gets
Long
this
story
immediate
short.
concerned look on her face.
Long story short. During the Strike invasion, when fighting off the rest of the Dwarves, we were assisting the king in taking back the throne room. During which, in the final moments, Balthazar got eaten and died.
Just face immediately sinks into her hand, and she's, oh, for fuck's sake.
And in the spare moments we tried to get him back, we were unsuccessful. So we then tried to reach out for the High Priestess to see if she could aid in a better chance at bringing him back from the dead, actual dead. She was not there. She was taken by the Deep Dwarves or goblins, or both. That part is still a bit unclear on my end, but regardless. So, upon returning here, Siren went and whisked herself away to look for a way to bring Balthazar back.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Again.
And the king has requested, and we have already agreed to go down into the mines and look for the high priestess as well as his daughter.
Well, regardless, when you find the high priest and do not die along the way, might I ask that you retrieve Balthazar and Siren and possibly get Balthazar resurrected? He is a high-value asset of mine, of ours, and I would very much prefer that he not be dead.
If
Yeah,
it's
we're
any
leaving that in the
consolidation-
hands. Very capable, albeit grabby hands.
If it's any ease of your heart, Balthazar did carry a certain ring on him at the time he died. A ring of mind shielding.
I have not heard of a ring of mind shielding before. What does it do?
It is at least the name I have given to it. Essentially, if you wear it and die, it stores your soul.
Interesting. So there is hope.
Effectively, as long as we can procure a workable body for him, because I duly doubt his current state of body is, well, questionable.
Someone will probably figure something out.
He will basically just have to be willing to return to life. With his ego, he likely would jump at the chance to say he literally cheated death.
I would not put that past him.
I would not put it past him to also try and lay claim to, being the golden martyr who gave his life to save the king.
What about your small friend? Where is she? She needs to get her gold.
Nero is missing.
There was a lot of chaos after the tournament. We haven't found her yet.
We've tried to contact her on and off. Well, I have at least for since she went.
Shit, we should probably give one of them one of the earrings, right?
Regardless of the current Black Hand members that you have signed with, myself,
3
Venom
are
and
missing.
Drunk are present. Yes, I'm aware.
Very well. She kind of sighs and takes back her three large bags of gold. Then these are yours. And she kind of pushes the other 3 forward.
Thank you.
I shall see that at least 2 of these are delivered. I shall hold on to the 3rd for when your young friend re-emerges. I hope she is not dead for any of your sakes.
Find Siren in Cliffspire
I suspected as much.
or Port Morkney, depending on where she went.
Probably Cliffspire. Got that manor over there.
And the lighthouse in Morkney.
Yeah, but you got more access to trade routes and sources.
Well, regardless, I shall see it delivered. I am not a woman to go back on my word.
That you are not. That is something I can appreciate.
Out of character, Junior.
Mhm.
Just because I got confused in all the back and forth. How many bags is she leaving, and how many bags is she taking with her?
She's taking 3 with her and leaving 3 to you.
So that's a bag for her, a bag for Siren, a bag for Nero whenever she showed up.
That'll be a bag for you, a bag for Sao Yun, and a bag for Grunka.
She's
I mean,
taking
the one
she's taking Balthazar, Siren, and Neryl's.
Oh, right. I thought one of them was hers for whatever. Okay.
She
I
already
wanted to get
paid
that
herself.
clear in my head before I did what I was about to do.
Yeah, when she said her payment, she was talking about the initial payment for completing the contract whenever we signed up under her.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Anyway,
she's
thank you,
also
Jack.
giving me some money.
Well, guessing that's the only business you had, and that's sort of concluded. How are you
Do you
feeling?
have any more bad news to give me?
No, I was concerned at how you were holding up.
I
The
am
only
doing
other
well.
bad news I can think of was Kronka fallen into the lava in the throne room.
He didn't
but-
die, did he? Do I have to take one more of these bags?
No, he didn't. He actually climbed his way back up
Oh,
and killed the worm that ate Balthazar.
well. Perhaps I should pay him double then.
Either
Maybe.
way, you're
All I
doing
know
alright.
is the little bucker is practically unkillable at this point.
Good to know.
It really is.
But yes, I am holding up well. If a bit shocked by the attack. You said
I've-
you are certainly
will.
prepared to go in the mines, are you? Because I do not want many more of you dying.
We have acquired gear and extra rope, as well as I think Liskar and Azure, as well as Kronka,
Who?
went to the stone.
King sent him along as a helping hand.
By the king's own request, no less. A inquisitor.
Oh. He is from the Kython Commonwealth.
Yes,
You would do well to watch your backs around inquisitors.
Elam has already notified me of, well, the religious differences between them.
Indeed, they like to ask a lot of questions.
They do, and they also seem to know a very lot. As well as, well, Neryl's name, without actually asking us her last name.
Well, regardless, we have time to find young Neril. The next tournament is not for quite a number of months. I believe the next tournament is over in the Tahoshan Dynasty. It's quite a ways away.
Sauso just sort of looks to the bag a bit. So much is gone.
Yeah. We came up for the better in some ways, but not a lot in another way.
I'm sure you'll find her.
I hope I will. If not, I will turn every stone I find until I do.
Kind of pats your shoulders and says with a coy look, "That is a good attitude. You are dedicated, I like that." But regardless, I have other work to attend to. So
One
enjoy
more thing, Mr. Rasmund.
enjoy your spoils. That she
Sorry, did I not come through there?
oh
One more thing, Ms. Rasmund.
yes.
He's gonna take one of the sacks that she gave and hand it back to him. Call it a tip for good service.
She kind of blinks and looks at you as if you've just turned down $1 million fucking dollars. Just
Yeah, it sounds stupid. Honestly, with all the work Bal's done, I'm not gonna need it, and it's not like it's gonna do much good in my pockets. Besides, you've been through just as much, if not a bit more of a scarier time.
Sarah's
Venom.
just shaking her head and looking at Rasmus like,
Varish pinches the bridge of her nose and says, "Vellum, you do not give yourself enough credit. I specifically budgeted for this, so if you would the best thing you can do for me right now is take your spoils.
Sorry. I love seeing everyone's reaction to Vellum's weird fucking spur of the moment decision.
But regardless, if you want to be poor for
It's
for
not
the-
weird, you're stupid!
Varishis goes, but regardless, if you want to be dirt poor for the rest of your life,
No, don't get the wrong idea. I don't plan on being dirt poor, but
Just right now.
sorry, don't make me giggle, guys. I'm trying to get through this week.
Vellum, you have
This is
There
this
is-
is where Saus steps in and just looks at Vellum while placing a hand on his shoulder, and then looks to her. We'll take it, don't worry, and I'll talk to him about it.
good. It is 5,000 golds worth in each of those bags. Do not waste it.
And this is where Sao just turns to Vellum and in blatant Orcish tells him, "You're a fucking idiot sometimes, and sometimes I realize Balthazar is right about you when it comes to money. Now take
Look.
it. I don't care what you think, take it."
Fine, I will take it.
Now, if you don't mind, I have other business to attend to, and I believe you have another guest.
Hmm?
He makes her way towards the door, kind of opens it, and turns to someone kind of outside of frame and says, "I am sorry to keep you from waiting. They are yours now." She leaves and kind of walks up the steps towards the tavern, and out of sight. And into the room, you see a younger dwarven lad, patchy beard, a few freckles here and there, sort of a slick back kind of red hair. He appears to be holding some sort of envelope with what appears to be a royal seal. He kind of
Messenger?
hands it over to, well, either one of you.
Sao will take it as Vellum is holding a bag of gold.
The king wanted to deliver this to you immediately.
Thank you.
Thank you kindly, lad.
He nods and he kind of scoots out of the room.
Sao just looks to it and then looks to Vellum and back to the delivery.
Before you go getting too pissy, I'm not stupid.
I know you're
I'm
not, but sometimes your morals and traditions, or whatever it is that brings you to quite literally say no to well-earned money when she has budgeted for it, and clearly she is a woman who knows this kind of business so well that she would budget for the price and other things in the event of a fucking invasion of all things.
Maybe
tell
so.
me.
But the way I've always seen things is if someone works hard for you, you give them at least something. And yes, she budgeted it, but that's business. This is courtesy.
And don't you think she has already made well more than we have? Just putting this out there.
He will. His body language just sort of like he's about to start saying something, but then it just sort of sinks a little bit. Yeah. Sorry, Sam. Just
You
Yeah.
are a merchant, by heart, I know. But for the love of everything that is not Balthazar's ego, which is very little compared to, do take it into consideration that others might have more experience with merchants than you have. Always be prepared to strike a deal with somebody better, so you can learn.
I'm aware of how business goes, and while things are different here, I'll just have to be a bit more different with my courtesy. So I'll take this money, even though I can't imagine what I'm going to do with half of it. Probably just dump all of it in the group lot. Leave it there.
See,
But-
here's the thing, Vellum. What you have now, you have the budget to get rarer, more special materials. Think about that. You could actually expand your field of expertise with smithing. Because
I'm
now
aware.
you can afford it.
I'm aware of that, Sal. I've already looked into the expenditures I have to... Hang on. Okay. Sorry about that. I've already looked into the prices I'm going to have to pay for what I need to get on. And this sort of shakes the sack of money.
Ching, 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 ching,
It's a
ching,
little
ching.
overshoot.
An army can only march for as long on its belly. Without being fed, it will run no further. That is the food for your business. And it doesn't go spoiled.
Yeah, I know. You don't need to go quoting things at me.
I will until you learn.
As strange as it seems to you just now, I do have idea about what I'm...
Intentions, ideas, and actions are very different things.
Yeah, well, maybe I'm just tired. Maybe I'm still screwy from
From being
everything.
eaten twice in a few days, having to deal with an invasion, losing a comrade, then two.
Dealing with a lot of thoughts.
Not to mention Azure.
Yeah, I actually forgot about him for a second. Thanks. I'm just... Let's wrap this up. I think I'm gonna lay down.
You go lay down.
No, not leaving you with all the work. I ain't that stupid.
Most of it is basically just inventory management at this point.
Still. We're in this together. So we'll take off the work.
Alright.
And then they do, and I guess wrap up?
So, I imagine, let's see, Liska, Liska, Grunker, and Aja on their way back to the tavern, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. So, as you all meet back up at the tavern, shall end it there for tonight.
Cool.
Okay, before everyone freaks the fuck out, you all gonna mute yourselves and chill your tits for a sec.
No.
I was not aware of the size of the sacks. I was not aware that it was in the thousands. Otherwise, I would not have made such a boneheaded offer. Because to me, a
Was
sack is
you-
something like the palm of your hand.
That's a pouch. Like a pouch, like a coin pouch or
Okay,
a purse.
maybe a bit bigger
A
than
sack
a palm.
is
but I
like a
didn't think
sack
it was
of
like
fucking
full
potatoes.
fucking 2,500 gold sack. Otherwise, I would not have been so stupid.
We were in a goddamn death arena, and during a fucking siege crisis, we were hired as professional bodyguards to get her out of there while we were fucked too. We were paid to do that. That's like saying I know I worked fucking 60 hours in the warehouse breaking my back for you, boss. But you know what? You've had a really hard time this quarter. Your profit is only up 300% instead of 5. So you know what? You keep my 60 hours of wages while I don't even have medical comp for fucking breaking my body and chemical burns. And you know what? You take that and you feel good about yourself. Oh, I know what? Even though this would go to fucking reforms for my union and my fellow employers to make sure we don't have health potion, fucking dental plans and everything. You know, all this shit we need to stay alive. You know what? Fuck that
Very
shit.
sorry if I
Fuck them having an effort.
upset you, Atlas.
Fucking invalidate everything we just did. Go buy yourself a new goddamn Porsche.
Okay, two things. Firstly, I apologize if I have genuinely upset you, Atlas. And secondly,
No, I'm not upset. It's fucking hilarious. Balthazar will hear about this from her, and you know what's gonna happen when he comes back? Fucking mean, green, money machine, and fucking pissed after dying. It's so glad my friends I risked my life for it. You what?
it wasn't like he gave all the money back. It was what he thought was a small portion of it, but turned out
Why
to be
did you
a
give
sack.
back any? We all earned it.
Yeah, we literally work for her.
Do you give your money to your boss when fucking shit isn't great? No, you worked for it. And it's like, we work in a safe world. That was a death pit, surrounded by lava.
There were a lot of factors, and I'll admit it was a very impulse decision.
Death pit.
Can I just throw a word in?
Yep.
Yeah.
Out of everything that was said here, it is very much true, and fucking Vellum being a dumb shit with money is not a new thing. But holy fucking shit, Atlas.
Calm down, Atlas. Breathe.
You just channeled Balthazar
Remember my
200%
exercises.
and more.
I would like clearer
Mom.
descriptions on sizes next time.
Agreed. Next
Yeah.
time,
Fucking
How about-
describe my boot going up your ass.
If I'd
How
known
about
it
just-
was the sack, then it wouldn't be a bit of problem.
My second microphone fell down. I don't care. When Balthazar's back, you're demoted.
The backup microphone for when I screamed the first one into oblivion.
It's
to
just like
Throttling it like I wish it was your fucking
So I would
vellum
like to
snack.
state the thoughts going through Vellum's head, if I may, to hopefully give some context to why he did a stupid.
You need the
Is
coin
there
for the
logic
fucking
behind it?
thoughts you pay to get laid.
Wow, okay. Calling her a thought, was that it? Rude.
Yes. Pilot thought.
Fuck, I'm sweating. Hang on, sorry. I'm laughing so much.
calm down, Atlas.
Not
Calm
mad.
down.
I'm impassioned.
Not bad, just passionate. Fuck. Okay.
honestly, Atlas, that is the best fucking version I've ever seen of somebody who's very passionate about something and having to deal with this and doing it without being actually mad. So well done.
Multiple things. Firstly, there's the courtesy that was mentioned. Secondly, the size of the sack, or otherwise he would never have fucking even considered it. He would have given her a handful at best.
To be fair, it's 5,000 gold's worth in platinum pieces, so about 500 platinum.
Yeah,
It's still
but
a
you also
lot.
described
It
it
is a
as
lot,
her
yes.
bringing in 6 sacks. How is she going to carry 6 huge fucking things on by her own?
she has
There's bodyguards.
people that guard her, and also
Didn't make mention of guards.
still sacks, man. Sacks.
Well, I figured sack is slightly like 2 hands full at best. Like
Not
2
talking about
palms.
ball sacks, man. I'm talking about like the kind of sacks that have that dollar bill or I guess pound on them.
But yes, there's the multitude of thoughts going through his head at like 50 miles a second. And there's the better relations mindset. It's like, okay, give a little back and then, positive relations all around. And again, if I'd known the fucking amount, I wouldn't have been stupid.
Another thing, if you bring in sacks of something to us, I would like you to at least give us some sort of guesstimate amount as to what it fucking is.
Context helps, Jenner. It's not.
Okay.
I'm not blaming it on you completely. But
No,
No, I
man,
don't
you
think
made
not.
you made that decision without having any knowledge about what was in that thing. Like that was all on you. That was
Yeah.
completely and utterly on
if
you.
I'd known the size of it, I could have made a better guess. But to me, sack was a different sizing.
Like
And
literally,
the fact that she carried 6 in made it like it was less.
okay, I'm gonna put something up here for a sense of scale. It was in platinum. Ergo, it's 10 times
know
less volume if it was gold. Therefore, they could have been relatively small. Now, 100 coins per in platinum, just for a sense of scale, that's not a lot of coin actually. At least
Yeah,
for a sack.
There's two things. If it was platinum, I wouldn't have fucking known. It was also described as gold. So my big stupid brain just thought, oh, they can't
describing it as gold was my bad. I was just kind of thinking
again,
raw
like
numbers
even
there.
said, it's me being a complete fucking idiot. And
I mean,
I'm
it's
probably
fine
going to
with
fix
it.
that later, and it's a little annoying, but I'll live with it.
We've come to realize that this is just kind of what Vellum does.
Yeah. Also, I mean, everything is kind of set in gold.
Well, I
in
mean, I am
D&D, so-
kind of annoyed by it because it just makes him seem incompetent as a merchant, and that's not nice.
He fucking is. He pays, he overpays. He doesn't try and get a deal for bulk payments. He doesn't haggle.
He does haggle. He's haggled before.
Only after Siren told him to.
No, before that.
It was Neril who never haggled, despite the fact she probably could.
Either way, long story short, I apologize for being a stupid and making it shit out their insides.
Honestly, this is gonna make for great character stuff in the end. So
I just wish it wasn't. He's not incompetent, and I just don't across.
Well, it's just. I mean, I can understand
Everything
that.
he's ever
It's
done
just hilarious
makes
because
us think
a
he's
lo-
incompetent.
Yeah, he's just done a lot of stuff. Like the fact that in Cliffspire he didn't have silver for the elevator, and he's supposed
Well,
to
he
be a
didn't have
merchant.
change. He had the money, just not the change.
And you make
And
fun
yet-
of Balthazar for being Big Dick Daddy Bank, and you're like, oh, I've got my fucking nice 20 gold pieces. I don't care.
But
peasant."
you-
Also,
you-
you gotta bear in mind that back home he was running a modest smithing business, and then you drop literal thousands of gold in his lap. He does not know what the fuck to do.
Welcome to high level. Welcome to being somebody, Mr. Modish.
Doesn't mean he didn't know what to do. It doesn't mean he knew what to do with it. So
But didn't you bum money off of Grunka to pay for?
Yeah.
no, you just made sure.
You
Yeah, so I
did.
made, no, I know I
Nah,
made change.
Grunka
No,
did-
you
Grunka did
like
pay.
you flat out. Yeah, you flat out like took Grunka loan.
No, for the lift, I
Yeah.
know for a fact I made change.
Maybe the second
No,
one.
he
The very
gave you a
first one.
gold, and then you made change off of the elevator guy.
Yeah, the
No,
very
'cause-
first one.
No, the guy on the elevator wanted the exact change, which is why I asked in the first place.
No, I remember the very first time we did. Maybe the second one you did, but I remember the first time I did.
The first time you had to bum off of us, you know,
and
to get
Siren
the
gave
change
you
you
shit
needed.
about it. She like
Right.
Because of-
was-
Okay,
Because I
yeah,
think-
I remember now. The first time was because I just spent a load of money getting some people's shit going.
Yeah, you got a lot
Then
of
But-
I was
materials.
short for that particular
regardless,
instance, and then it
I
went
think this is more kind of after recording talk.
All right, yeah, sorry.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
oh
I
shit.
just
I'm-
wanted to
I'm
nip
recording.
I'm still recording.
Freaking out,
I'm looking forward to looking back at that rant.
Oh, so am I. So am I. So, who wants to do Skittles or?
You try and make a good
Oh,
impression, and just sorry.
We succeeded where she paid us to. 2, we protected her life after her own bodyguards had died. We are already in her good graces.
Not
We-
to, not to,
We're
not to
like
mention-
yeah.
And I will say,
Jesus.
just as a minor note before we go into positive negatives, Vellum whispered to Sao if it was a good idea, and she said fucking nothing. So it's kind of on you.
Oh, don't try to
Honestly,
spread
It's
that
not.
fucking
Oh,
blame.
no, don't do that. That's a dick move. It's not on
Don't
her.
throw Sal under the
That
bus.
you're about to jump off a cliff and you're like, should I do it? And this person is so fucking aghast that you even ask that they don't have the time to say no before you're
I was
silence
making
is a
a
mission, and just fucking leap.
I was
You-
making a joke. I did make
You're
the whisper,
stupid.
but I didn't.
You're stupid. You jumped and assumed. You assumed. You didn't check. You didn't see how much it was. Oh, 5,000. That's too much. I couldn't. If you want to pay them, I don't feel comfortable taking that much. No, you're just like, my payment? No, here's the sack back. I don't want it. Be like, I'm gonna get started again. I have to stop. I have
You
to
do have
stop.
to.
all right, everybody,
Alright,
shut the
Skittles.
fuck up for a moment. Let's go
Skittles.
backwards from this.
Yes,
and
Skittles.
just do
Also,
the
I wasn't
Skittles.
playing duck. I was a joke.
I mean, we figured.
Breathe.
I took it as a
breathe.
joke, which is why I was laughing. I was like, "Don't throw Sal under the bus." like,
All right.
Skittles.
Let's.
So, who wants to go first?
I'll do it.
Okay.
Here's a rule: you
Okay.
can't talk about Vellum's stupid decision.
Yeah, we've had enough of that.
fine.
We've had enough of that.
We
I haven't.
fun session, good RP. I liked it a lot. Sorry in the beginning, kind of distracted. That's why I feel like it was a little slow because just to be candid, Atlas and I were discussing that conversation. We stopped
Yeah.
and we were both distracted.
Okay.
After that though, I mean it was a good session. It was fun. You and your fucking maps, Janner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it's just fucking great. It reminds me of the maps from I don't know if anyone played Dragon Age Origins. It reminds me of like the Dwarven Taigs maps.
Reminds me of old school D&D maps.
Yeah, with that kind of like hash, like that cross
Yeah.
cross hash.
So fucking cool.
So yeah, great. Good on pretty much every like. There's nothing bad that I want to point out. Like maybe just going a little too in depth on the guys that are just standing around the map looking at it. Like that's, I mean, it's just a small thing. We're just like, okay, cool. Like I'm only going to talk to these guys for 5 minutes. I don't need to know like their haircuts and like their backstories. But other than that, like it was great. I've said earlier in the D&D player chat, like my favorite part was Grunka talking to Webby, which is props to Gabo on that one, and also Janner for being Webby. Yeah, it was great. Like it was fantastic. I want more little side soliloquies with
Yeah.
Grunka and Webby.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible.
I'll be honest though, on one thing with the Webby. Janner, how does your cat not try and jump up at you when you make that noise?
She's surprisingly she doesn't care.
She's only annoying when she decides to be.
No, I've got
Otherwise
see I've got 3 cats and none of them care.
Damn,
Oh,
that's a lot of cats.
I say that as one jumps up on my lap. Hello.
Yep. See, when they dig
You mentioned me. May I have attention?
My lap.
Yeah, I mean, Yeah.
It was. I think that's. I can't think of anything. I just fucking love the dwarven map. The fact that I noticed, like halfway through that conversation, that the flooded caverns actually show the water in the fucking like corridors.
Shall I bring that map back up? Shall I?
Yeah, sure. I'm down for it. Yeah, like if you look at the flooded caverns, like it actually shows the water, like where the water is. So you can actually fucking like that's just fucking insane. I fucking love this map. Like it's so weird to just be like, I love a good map.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
Did you
But-
paint this map?
It was. I did not paint the map. No, I will admit that. So I'm not going to lie. But I did kind of cobble together a few pieces of these. Yeah.
Honestly, that alone is a skill in and of itself.
yeah, it really is.
Yeah, I mean, editing it is totally fine.
But still,
I
like
will
I feel like
also-
the spider den and the breach parts were probably you too, and like the names, right?
Yes.
I will give you props on specifically one thing for the entire map, and that is how much it actually feels like a sort of dug out mine, because you can clearly see there are sections which have been organized and carved out to, fit, but also give access. Like
Strip
up
mining.
near the top left, there's the 2 corridors going side by side, and then there's in between cutouts.
Mm-hmm.
That is very much a miner's thing because you just need access.
Yep.
In the event of a cave-in, there's multiple paths you can walk through.
Yep. It's a strip
And I
mining.
like that too about and I like that too. And I was specifically thinking when I was looking at the map, those just the short little branches that are just parallel, like the 5 or 6, is also something very much that they did back in the day with mines. Like because you try to get dig out as much as you can without removing support structures, and that's what the walls were left for. So
Exactly.
yeah, I mean it's.
I mean, dwarves are efficient miners. They know what they're doing.
It's true.
Minecraft strip mining 101.
Yep. Dig your hole.
Don't dig down.
Don't dig straight down.
It's true.
Most,
decent.
in all likelihood, Liska, you probably know this. Avon. These caverns are probably very well patrolled by iron guards, so it's going to be, might not be very many kind of combat encounters. I will say that now.
Mm-hmm.
I am totally fine with that.
Yeah, until like we probably get to off the map per se, I would imagine.
Probably.
Yeah.
You might need to use the map to guide you through the tunnels.
Oh yeah.
Cool.
But beyond that, don't expect combat for, I'll say, most of the mines. Say most.
That's fine.
But nevertheless, I'll admit that I think I edited together the map well.
You did. You're underselling yourself with what you did here. This is basically not just a fucking map of a mine. This could be a fully fucking adventure.
Oh, it could definitely be.
That's why you should not show anyone and package it as a module.
Yeah.
Sell that shit.
Like I said, definitely like reminds me of Dragon Age Origins. Like it's a really good, like amazing, definitely an amazing map. Like it makes I think why people are just like they gush over maps is that it seems like it's lived in. You know, like it seems like this is an actual part of the world.
Yeah.
And like it makes it seem a lot more real. Like the immersion. Like it helps deepen the immersion.
Yeah. I like maps. Anyways, did anyone want to say anything else?
Let's see. I think I had a skittle.
I think you screamed it out of your brain.
Don't get him going again.
My head is hot. I can feel my blood pressure. I think I burst a vessel behind my eye.
I hope
no.
not.
That's what happened when you channeled Balthazar to 200 and then some.
Balthazar's dead. Balthazar's just
my body is warm. I'm just basking in the sensation that can only be fucking described as post nut clarity 2.0. I'm just like, I die now with no regrets.
Siren just sees Balthazar's corpse's face just suddenly turn angry, just red eyes.
Suddenly angry.
It's like, what the fuck?
The psychic connection to his prophet. I won't make my skittle about Vellum, but in general, this is a party skittle. Listen here, buddy. Alright, so party skittle. Alright, 2 big drivers have stepped out. So while I'll admit I was distracted talking with Ava. I'm also purposely, my character is here simply just to watch. And he's here to watch, and he's here to help and discuss and give opinions, but he is not here to drive. So I, as a player, am happy to help with those conversations and want to, but I do not want to be the one that is pushing things forward, because the 2 demons, our 2 characters that just swapped out, were very much that, and I would like other people to have that experience and to gain those skills and be able to do that with our group, because demons are most likely going to come back, but I want everybody to be able to do, you know? And I worry that in the future, unless we can be really good with our initiative, with, you know, going forward and deciding our plans and then swiftly acting on it and not sticking around with our thumbs up our ass. Not saying we did that, but just a warning for the future. we should definitely be very careful with that. And we should make sure that we're thinking and we're acting swiftly and we're being proactive players that are not just following the things that Jenner immediately throws at us, but looking for things to create to do and find ways to involve our interests back into the plot as well. Or whatever Jenner's throwing at us. It's up to us to exploit the situation and find funds and develop ourselves.
Yeah.
Fun, not fund. Excuse me. So
I am trying.
that's just something we need to be careful to do.
I am trying myself to try and step up and take
Good.
reign, but I keep having this feeling that I am taking away fun.
You're not.
How do you think I feel?
You're not taking away fun. My God, both of you are adding to it from Vellum's shenanigans or Salyun's growth.
Vellum's trying, man. He's trying to step up, but he's not used to it.
Yeah, I know he's not used to it, and that's why I'm saying we're going to be in a
develop
growth
your character,
period.
Vellum.
Yeah, now is the time for character development. The people that you've been using as a crutch or were supporting you are no longer here. Shit got tough. You're going to have to learn to take care of yourself now. Or worse, or most likely, you're going to have to learn to take care of yourself and each other. So, let's be mindful of that so we don't waste time. We only have so much.
I'll refer back to Sal's last comment to Vellum.
I
Fucking
kind of forgot
take-
what it was in Chaos.
Fucking take it. Just take the bag. Don't ask questions. Just take it.
His whole brain is just filled to the brim.
With emptiness?
No, too much.
I'm just looking at the memes posted in player chat. It's,
That's like saying a fucking.
rapid succession. It was almost scary.
Yeah,
That's like saying a fucking chip bag is filled to the brim when it's like most of it's fucking air.
No, anyway, who's next?
I wanted to ask Gabu, but he's I think he's gone to bed.
He probably went to
Yeah.
bed.
Yeah.
I think the screaming might have spooked him.
I hope he had fun this session.
I think you did.
Yeah, seemed like he was having fun, especially with the webby bit.
Yeah.
He'll probably be a bit more at home once we hit the caves. Quite literally. I guess my turn?
Go.
Unless Ducky hasn't gone yet, I don't.
I haven't gone yet, but you can go.
Well, shows is positive. I like that you are more mindful of glossing over unimportant things, even if there were a couple of hiccups now and again. I don't know if you improv that theme restaurant, but it was a nice touch.
It was
Oh, he
thoroughly
did.
improv.
He did, because I just threw that at him like out of nowhere. I was just like, "Oh yeah, this little place is just like." That's why I try to describe it as best as I could, just so I wasn't completely blindsiding Jana with it.
No.
well adapted.
Gives me an excuse to adapt my improv. I think that was probably the funnest part of this session, in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely well improvised. That was good.
Fucking weeaboo dwarf, but for demons.
Diaboo.
With the fucking fake horns as well.
Oh god.
Just slathering it on.
I saw that, like you said
The
that.
moment you mentioned that, I was just like, oh no.
You can, you can tell
if it came
that
across,
they
but
do
Liska was
birthday
just like-
celebrations.
Yeah, like I don't know if it came across, but Liska was just like, yeah, like fucking, you got this. That's why when she was just like, hey, does anyone else want anything like some merchandise or stuff like that? She was just like, you guys should totally get horns. This will be great. looking at Sal.
Feels very racist, and B, demons are the catgills of this universe now. If they're the weebs.
I mean, yeah, popular. Tend to be overpowered in stories.
Usually sexualized.
I mean, yeah.
Why is that too true?
I mean, y'all the ones like Vellum was the one that was like looking Liska up and down at the table. Like, there's just been
Alright,
points
as
in
far as
time
you
where
know,
he's
that was
been
all business related.
like when he's just been staring at her abs. Like, what the fuck are you supposed to do?
Also, fuck you. I didn't realize you were in full flight.
What's the issue with you writing checks your fucking wallet can't fill?
Oh, the amount of crafting points it takes. I can only do 2 in a day, and it's 10. Well, not 2 in a day, 2 per check at most, and I can do like 2 or 3 checks in it. So I can just do it in the time we have, but I'd have to really succeed. So I think I could do it, but I don't know if I can. It might take an extra day.
I want it to be next session already. I'm excited.
Me too.
Right,
I wish we
negative.
could
I should get
go.
negatives done before I completely lose track of my own brain again.
Fucking Europeans.
Get on our level. We have the true time zone. Right, negative. I will say, in terms of timing certain events to things that happen in the game, I'd say try and space things out a bit more, because especially towards the end there, I feel like it was maybe more to sort of set up the next point. But it's like, Sound Vellum got back, they had their chat, which was probably about 10 minutes at most altogether. And then instantly, right after, dun dun dun, there's Razman with all these money sacks, and there's a lot of chicanery that happened there, and then dum dum dum, there's a messenger boy with a message. Just try and sort of meet it out a bit more. I mean, maybe the messenger just found us in town, walking around the populated area. It's like, oh, hey, there's the people I'm looking for, because we're noteworthy, we're known figures. Maybe they found us in the streets, stuff like that. Just try to sort of space things out a bit more evenly, so it doesn't feel like we're rushing from point to point, because the way the sort of flow of that whole game was a bit. It started off alright. It was a bit slow in middle, and then suddenly dum 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 dum.
Okay.
If that makes sense. Does that make sense to anyone? Am I being stupid?
No, it makes sense.
I've always kind of thought in that regard. I mean, I can understand that sort of thing, but it's also, you have to realize that Ewan, like, what else is Janner kind of supposed to do? Like, because Ewan, because like Vellum and Sal finished their conversation. Like, is he just gonna be like, okay, what do you do for the next 15 minutes? Like, there was nothing there, so just like, oh hey, you happen to have, like, this is a perfect time for me to introduce so and so, the lady that knows where we live.
But, there's a couple of things. Firstly, certain events could have happened in the deader points of the session. And secondly, it didn't have to happen immediately after the conversation ended. It could be like, oh, well, you're doing that. About 10 or 15 minutes later, there's a knock at the door. It felt very much like it was, like, too convenient. It's like, oh, you just finished a conversation and there happens to be this at the door, and then immediately after that, there happens to be another thing. It felt a little too... yeah. I don't know, maybe that's just me.
Contrived?
Sort of. I don't want to put it in such a mean phrasing, but sort of, yeah. But again,
like,
I'm just a big dumb, so maybe I'm wrong.
I mean, it didn't bother me, like, but that's just because, again, like, I don't know, maybe it's just because as a DM I understand it. Like, I understand that, like, it was easy to tell that Sal and Vellum's conversation was over, and, like, she was probably waiting for us to, or for, like, the group to get back so she can pay us. She obviously has a guy at the front counter that knows, like, that can tell her where and when we are, because he's how we get in contact with her. Like, the messenger thing, just like that, I can kind of understand. But in the end, it's just, it's, to me, it seems more realistic that we're found in the place where we're sleeping as opposed to being found by happenstance in the entire city.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was mainly an example. I was talking about the overall flow of the session, where to meet out events.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's like sometimes there's just like, in, you know, not with the negative, like, denotation, because it, like, you do have to contrive situations where you have to introduce things. So, like, I don't mean this in a negative connotation way, but, like, he has to introduce the messenger from the king, which, did we actually read that message?
No, I think that was left on a cliffhanger.
Okay. And he had to get us pay, and Varesh had to figure out, like, oh, hey, someone died, someone's missing, other person's left. Like,
Some idiot's trying to give us fucking payback.
yeah. I like how even she responded with that kind of thought.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry,
But,
continue. Just I'm gonna.
But no,
be
yeah, so,
dying
like,
inside.
I don't know, that's just my view on it, personally, but, like, it doesn't
Well, it
invalidate
wasn't
yours.
a very big negative, but it's all like a.
Yeah. I also, in that case, I would say that sometimes, and this is just a group thing, sometimes if you don't have a negative skill, you don't have to say one.
I try to be
Like-
constructive at least.
Well, I mean, but like, you could just be like, it was all good, can't think of anything bad. Like, it's kind of the otherwise I feel like it's being presented kind of the equivalent of like nowadays news shows be like, these are two people of completely different views, and they have, because we're showing both of them side by side and giving them equal airtime, they have the same weight. I think sometimes that works against us, like if you have to, like, you know what I'm saying, where like,
Not even a
This
little.
is-
I'm sorry.
that's fine, like, it's like this right here is a scientist that says climate change is real.
And
this is someone that's-
to an idiot.
Yeah, and this is someone that's like, oh, they say like, even though 99.99, actually, even though all scientists say climate change is happening, this one person says they're not, but because all you see is just two faces, it's presented like it's 50-50. So that's why I'm like against, like, not just having to throw out a negative.
Well, there's 2 points to that. I'd rather throw one out because it runs the risk of falling into the trap of everyone going, oh, I think it was great, no negative, and then nothing ever gets improved. And if there's something, even if it's minor, if there is something, I would rather point it out, at least for my own peace of mind, than anything else.
But like, that's the thing though, like, if you have a negative, that's not what I'm saying. Like, I'm saying if you have a negative, say it, but if you don't, then you just had a good session that you can't see any negatives. Like, I don't think you should scrounge around for like, oh wait, what small thing did, like, I just so happened to kind of sort of maybe not like. Like, I don't think
if you can't think of anything negative, you don't need to say anything negative about the session.
I know.
yeah, that's kind of what I'm
just
saying.
happened to think of something at the end.
Exactly, and in that case, you'd obviously say it. But I'm just saying that I don't feel that everyone has to be like, okay, I have to have a pro, I have to have a con. Because for me, like, that session was great. It was fantastic.
It was
like
it
I said,
was
the
a
only
fun,
thing that was
chill RP session.
I dig it.
Anyway, Ducky, go before I think.
I can only think of one thing, and it's not a skill, it's just a pro. Janner,
Mm-hmm.
the fuck with the size of maps. Like, seriously.
I like maps. I just like maps.
Wait, is that wait? Is this a good or a bad thing? Like, wait, you said it's a pro?
It's a good thing. It's a good thing because so far, when it comes to maps, both small city maps, large maps, and so on, I am sitting here thinking, how many hours did Janner spend on this? Because I am picking up little details here and there, like, it's not just, you know.
That's why I like making large maps. Even though you might not be able to see most of it, yeah, just having a detailed map there, just it contributes to, like, the feel of immersion. Like, there's places in Dune Hollow you have not even visited yet.
Oh, I'm pretty sure we haven't, because so far we've only been to like maybe 10% of the places there.
Mm-hmm.
And
I've been fairly busy.
I'm being generous with that amount.
Regardless,
Once we get all this shit squared away, we need to just have an exploration session where we just.
Well, I have
Fine.
gold now. I want to get Sao a new fucking tattoo at some point.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's the tattooery.
Tattoo.
Tatao.
There you go.
Tutao. all the things she said.
So, if that's everyone, I'm going to stop recording here.
Yeah.
Alright,
Cool.
until next time.